truth live from where they decree it. Sylvia speaks, no filter, no buffer. Courtroom drama couldn't get any tougher.
When the gavel's first bang, to the weakness turns tears. Sylvia's lens captures all your hopes and fears. Uploading justice one trial at a time. Tune in every moment, edges sublime.
Welcome to the Sylvia Show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, the suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show. Welcome to the Sylvia Show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, the suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show. Faces tell stories, the courtroom can't hide. Sylvia's insights cut through the divide. From jury talks to the lawyer's secret. In Sylvia's world, you know you'll need it. Behind the scenes where whispers are loud, her lens reveals the truth in the crowd. Courtroom secrets laid bare to see. Stay curious with Sylvia Spree. Every objection, every sharp retort, Sylvia's there to give you the report. Exclusive footage no one else can snag. From catchy headlines straight to the tag. Welcome to the Sylvia Show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, the suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show. Welcome to the Sylvia Show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, the suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show.
Faces tell.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. We are going around the world this morning to look at different parole and probation hearings. We're going to start off in Connecticut, and then we're going to end up in Louisiana. Right now, there's a couple of them that have already started, and we're going to get into it right now. And so hold on to your horses. Let's go, y'all.
Back into society and earnestly requesting the opportunity of a full pardon through your consideration. Thank you.
Mr. Seratus, that's a great statement because we did read everything that you submitted. In reading your file, it really did scream addiction to me. Right? So it looks like you had a drug problem prior to your incarceration?
When I was younger, yes.
Yeah. What did you use? Cocaine?
No, I ended up using marijuana, and I had possession of cocaine.
She just said,
What, you were selling cocaine?
No, I wasn't selling it.
I just asked you if you were using cocaine.
I have in the past, yes.
Okay.
she just
I
asked him that. Lord have mercy.
And then you had some domestics as well. Is that with the mother of your kids or no?
No, it is not. I've been with
Okay.
my wife.
No, I see that you've been with your current wife for quite some time now, but you did a domestic violence program. Did you learn anything that's helped you in your current relationship?
It taught me to scale back and not intervene and gather my thoughts before I acted.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you've been the owner of a successful business for many years now. So congratulations on that and
Thank you.
raising kids and your sobriety. Board members, questions?
I had a question. I had a question, sir. There's a note in here about some restitution that you may owe. Are you aware of that?
Uh-oh.
Restitution
Yeah.
that I had made, or
That you didn't pay.
Well, it says in here that it's not been paid. I don't know. According to this document that I'm looking at.
the New Britain court.
I'd ask that you investigate this after.
Okay.
And
Yes.
it appears that you would have the ability to take care of this by being a business owner and so forth. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah. According to judicial records, you still owe $1,800.
All right.
In which case did you have to pay? Let me see. In which case did you have to pay restitution?
I do not recall which case it was exactly.
Yeah. All right. There were a few of them, but yeah, I would look into that because I'm not sure they're going to close that out unless it's fulfilled. Okay. In the matter of Demetrios Seratus, I'll move to grant an absolute pardon. Mr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Seratus?
Aye.
My vote is aye. The pardon is granted. Congratulations, sir. Thank you, Attorney Sorokin.
So he
Thank
got
you very much to the
pardoned,
board. See you next time.
Thank you.
He got pardoned, y'all.
Okay, that takes care of everyone with attorney representation. We will now move on to the rest of the docket. Next is Javier Bernal Montez. Please unmute, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Javier Guillermo Bernal Montañez.
Okay,
Mr.
Go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry, I'm going to intervene. Mr. Bernal Montez, it's been, 35 years plus since your conviction. You were
37.
I'm sorry?
37.
37. Okay. You were 19 years old at the time, right?
18.
18 years old at the time,
Yeah.
and had some type of sexual contact with a 15-year-old. Is that
Ooh.
right?
Ooh.
That was the charge.
That was the charge, right? Okay.
19 and 15. Okay.
And I understand that back then the laws were a little bit different, and
18 and 15.
these types of relationships were looked at a little differently. But did you do any programming, sir, as a result
No.
of your conviction?
No, ma'am.
You weren't required to do anything?
No.
I thought
Okay.
it had to be
I
5
have probation.
years. He was 3 years older than she.
Yeah. I'm sorry?
Probation. I had probation.
No, I understand. So as part of probation, you weren't required to do anything?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, you've stayed out of trouble for a long time, and I understand you own, looks like it's a business with a language line.
Yes, I'm an independent contractor.
Oh, that's great. Okay. Longtime wife, and you raised adult children since this. So it appears that you've had no further issues. We had nice letters from friends of yours and your wife. Board members, any questions?
No questions.
Okay.
No questions, Madam Chair.
In the matter of Javier Bernal Montez, I'll move to grant an absolute pardon. Mr. Rodriguez,
Aye.
Mr. Seratus,
Aye.
my vote is aye. The pardon is granted. Congratulations, sir.
That was a
Thank
quick
you.
one. That was a
Thank
quick
you all.
one.
next applicant is Rance Carli. Please state
Good
your name
morning.
for the record, sir. Good morning.
Yes. Rance Victor Carli.
Where do you think his
Mr.
crime
Carli, for
was?
the record, I just want to let you know that the State's Attorney's Office in New London objects to your receiving a
Uh-oh.
pardon. It's
Uh-oh.
one of the many things that we consider in these cases.
Okay.
I had some concern that maybe you minimized in your application some of your offenses.
Uh-oh.
So do you want to talk about your offenses a little bit, where you were at this point in your life, why you committed them?
Yeah, sure. I think what had happened was I had a fairly good career. I was working and doing well. I was involved in an accident where I was injured pretty badly, and I was absolutely horrified because I was pretty badly injured, and I realized I was going to probably be permanently disabled. And the money was going fast trying to fix the problems that I had. And I admit it, I came up with a very stupid idea, and
What's the idea? What was the idea?
went ahead and did this. And
What'd you do?
it really is not, in my opinion, it's not the kind of person I am. It wasn't the way my family raised me.
What did you do?
And I understand, I feel remorse and regret and shame
What did
every
you
day
do?
for the victims. And
Yeah.
and unfortunately, I can't contact the victims to tell them that I feel the way I do.
What did you
But
do?
the fact is that I tried the best I could to get them all whole.
Yeah.
I've since been working for charities. I go to church. My priest has told me I have to pray
Yeah.
every day for forgiveness for these victims. And honestly, right now I've spent most of my time being a caregiver. I've been taking care of I took care of my dad till he passed.
Mhm.
My Uncle Richard, his youngest brother, till he passed. Right now, I'm caring for my mother and her younger
Billy,
sister,
me
who's
too,
in
bud.
now in memory care, who was being abused by her
I was
daughter.
thinking the same
Okay.
thing.
And just recently, a former employer, Electric Boat, has been trying to get people who are retired to come back to mentor young engineers. Apparently, they let a lot of the older engineers go. And in so doing, they've ended up with a workforce that's like 5 years and younger.
Yeah.
And they said that they would welcome the opportunity to have me come in and
He's
mentor
still
those
not
kids.
telling us what he did.
And I thought this would be another way for me to be useful. And that's
Yeah.
really all I've been trying to do is be useful. I
All right.
work with my charities, St. Vincent de Paul,
What did you
St.
do?
Andrews, and all that. And like I said, I'm still taking care of mom and my
Okay.
aunt.
We don't know, Billa.
And,
So I'm going to stop you. I want to get back to my original question
okay.
about your instant offenses. So I guess what I don't understand is, how did you think you'd get away with taking money from people and not delivering any vehicle?
Well,
What was the plan?
it started out
Death by
as I
deception.
actually had vehicles that I sold
Okay.
and made money.
Death by
Then what
deception,
happened
y'all.
was at one point I had actually done a deal where the deal fell through.
Yeah.
And because of one of the clients that I had, I ended up getting behind by a significant amount. And it turned into that point, honestly, a Ponzi scheme is what it amounted to. And I couldn't catch up, and I was trying and I couldn't.
Okay.
We
But you had
made,
to know, you're an intelligent guy. You had to know at some point it was going to catch up to you and you wouldn't get away with this.
I know. And you
Okay.
know, honestly, when I was caught, and it's funny because I talked to the prosecutor, Mr. Carney, because I made everybody whole. And honestly, I was fortunate. My dad had resources to help me make these people whole. We took care of everybody.
How much restitution did you pay?
It was between $200,000 and $300,000.
Whoa!
So if you can come up with that kind of money, why didn't you just go to your dad and ask for help to begin with?
Whoa!
I was pretty much ashamed to ask my father. You would have looked at it. My father was a self-made man.
Yeah.
And I was afraid to face him and tell him that I was a failure.
Okay.
And, you know, going through the programs in the prison and also, you know, talking to counselors and stuff like that, I've come to the conclusion, looking at my life now, that I would have been best served to just let happen what happens and live with it. And
Yeah.
He waited
and
for his
and
dad
again,
now to
it's
get
not.
the money.
I haven't committed any crimes. I haven't even gotten a ticket or anything like that in the car.
Right.
But I really, really thought, and this is the only reason why I've asked for this, believe it or not, I really am thinking that mentoring these people, these kids at ADB, would be an opportunity for me
How
to
you
help
gonna
out,
mentor
number
them? How
one,
to
my
be
community, now.
scammers?
And also to give me a way to try to generate a little bit of income.
Yeah.
And also I've been involved with my community too. I mean, I'm getting to the point they're talking about having me join the zoning board.
Okay.
And I've been trying to do stuff for my town as well. So I'm just looking for a second chance.
Okay.
And,
So
you
let's
know,
talk about where you are today, because you're
Yeah.
retired and you're doing fine. You're able to live within your means on Social Security.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you have no debt.
No.
Okay. All right. Board members, any questions?
Yeah, I just had a question. Sir, are you buying and selling things online at all now? Legitimately? Otherwise,
No, sir.
you're done with that business. You're not doing that at all anymore.
I would never do that
Never
again, and I
online.
would never victimize anybody again. And
I'm
quite
talking,
frankly,
I'm talking about legitimately. You started this as a legitimate salesperson online. You were selling things legitimately at first.
yeah, but I really don't have to sell anything online now, number one. And number two, like I said, I've been trying to stay away from that whole thing because honestly, if people were to look up my name,
Yeah.
it's all over. I mean, they
Well-
look online and they would see right away who I am. So no, I'm not there. So
Yeah. Okay. That's all I had, Madam Chair.
Thank you. In the matter of Rance Victor Carli, I'll move to grant an absolute pardon. Mr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Sazalskis?
Aye.
My vote is aye. The pardon is granted. Congratulations, sir.
Pardon, y'all.
thank you so much, ma'am.
His record
Okay,
is clear.
Paul Colicci. Please unmute and announce your name.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paul Colicci.
All right. Mr. Colicci, you had some difficulty recalling some of your offenses, but your last conviction was about 9 years ago, we'll say, for violation of protective order. You had some other domestics and larcenies. We read about the programs you took while you were incarcerated. What have you done since then?
it was a bad, very unhealthy relationship for me. I was very much in love with my ex-girlfriend at the time, and the feelings were not mutual. She would leave me for months at a time. We wouldn't speak. Then she'd come back around and come back into my life again. I was very depressed. It was just really unhealthy. I haven't spoken to her or seen her in 8 years. And I would never allow myself to be in another type of relationship like that again.
Well, have you had any relationships since then?
Yes, I have. Yes, I'm in a relationship now. It's a very happy, healthy, great relationship.
Okay. All right. What about the larcenies? Why?
The larcenies, those were old larcenies, correct?
Yeah. Why were you committing them now?
Say again, I'm sorry.
Why were you committing them?
I
Did you have
was,
a drug problem?
no. I was young. I was young
Okay.
at the time. I just, that was what we were doing to make money. Just cars, stealing cars and stuff like that.
Larceny.
Yeah.
Okay. You have a newer job now in car sales?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. All right. Board members, questions?
Good thing you went from stealing cars to selling cars.
I
Yes.
was thinking the same
Yeah,
thing. I
yeah.
was thinking the
Okay.
same thing, y'all.
In the matter of Paul
Stealing to
Colicci
selling.
Jr., I'll move to grant an absolute pardon. Mr. Seratus?
Aye.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
My vote is aye. The pardon is granted. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you so much.
I was thinking the same thing. He goes,
Alberto Correa, please. Please state your name for the record, sir.
My name is Alberto Miguel Correa.
Oh, okay. Mr. Seratus, you want to take this one? Mr. Correa? There's a lot here.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
So I read through all of your documents, and something that jumped out at me is this situation with the mother of your children. Are you renting a room to her still now?
Yeah.
How's that relationship like? Because she was involved in some of these things, right?
Well, one of them, I believe. Only one of them.
Okay. And what's that like, having her in the same house?
Well, it works now because obviously my kids are attached to their mother. She bottomed out. I'm the stable factor in the relationship, and I was left with no choice but to, at the end of the day, I have 2 children with her, and
what?
try to
He
keep
lives
the
with
family
her?
under one roof and just keep the healthiness for my children. It's not primal. We're not the average American family because there's a lot between us, but where I'm at in my life and how far I've come, I've just been able to kind of let bygones be bygones and do what's best for my 2 children.
Are you guys in a relationship now, or are you just your roommates?
No. Basically, I sublet the apartment to her. She's we're there for the children. She works at night. I got a regular job during the day where we barely cross paths. On the weekends, like for the Super Bowl, we do things with the children a couple times a month, and it works. It works, especially with the.
It's an unusual arrangement, someone that you've had an issue with that led to some of this in the past, that's now living in the same house. It could be a risky situation for you.
Yeah, it is.
But
No, I understand that. Obviously the rent, everything's in my name, so it's not the same as it was back then, and that was a much different time in my life. Things were just chaotic.
So you've got other family violence cases in addition to that, and to her. I mean,
wow.
How do you think your actions have affected the victims in these family violence cases?
Family violence.
Well, domestic violence, like you've had fights with your girlfriends, that kind of thing.
Wow.
Well, yeah, when I was younger, obviously there was just being young and stupid, and obviously drinking back then with an underdeveloped mind wasn't the smartest thing I ever did.
Mm-hmm.
But definitely things that I'm very wish didn't happen, very remorseful for. I still got good relations. Well, with 2 of them I still speak to this day. One of them I have a stepchild with that we've settled our differences over the years, and it's very healthy. And then one of them I've never spoken to again since we broke up.
So
around
when
that
I-
time
when I-
in 2000.
Yeah, when I read
2006.
through all of these things, it's just every single one of them almost talks about alcohol. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Well,
no,
what's
no,
your
I'm aware of that.
situation? What's your situation now with alcohol?
I haven't drank in years.
Wow. Okay.
And how do you maintain that? Like, what are you doing to?
Well, I've been coaching for the last 25 years. Coaching has been a big part of my life and working with children. I'm a program director for the New Britain PAL of the football program at PAL. And that's kind of when I got involved with my coaching with my oldest stepson, who's now 30, it kind of gave me a purpose of what I wanted to do with my life. I have a sports background, obviously, with college, and I played sports in college and high school, and I played some semi-pro ball. Sports is kind of my outlet that forced me to sobriety and just live a much more healthier life. I met a lot of good people, solid people that helped me along the way. It was able to transition me into opportunities that I have now, where I've risen through the ranks of my current employer, and I'm in a supervisory role with certified utilities. I didn't let the actions of my past cripple me. There was a time it bottomed me out. But then when I got things together myself and pulled it together myself and found my sobriety, excuse me.
Go on, brother.
Found my sobriety, things have taken a turn for me.
Go ahead.
And that's where I'm currently at in the process. I'm trying to become a homeowner. I would like to finish my degree. I'm a couple of credits short of finishing my degree to get in the school system and coach, because that's what I would like to do with the rest of my life. But I haven't been able to pursue that because I know I have this hanging over me.
Right. So, I mean, do you go to AA meetings, NA meetings, anything like that?
I did at the beginning, but I'm more faith-based now, to be honest. I've done all of that. I've been through every program imaginable. I believe it all starts with us and choices and being comfortable with yourself, and I haven't been triggered to relapse.
Gotta be very careful, especially with the situation at your house and drinking. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't drink. First of all, I don't drink in front. We don't drink. My kids are there with me. Like, I don't want. That's not how I want them to view me or see me under those conditions. At this point, I got a 13-year-old daughter, a 7-year-old son that are currently with me, and it's just that's not the example I would like to set for my children.
And you said you work at you do some stuff coaching at the Police Activity League in New Britain. So do you work with police officers sometimes there?
Yes.
And do they know your situation?
Yes.
Do they know?
My biggest mentor is Dennis Beatty, who's a former captain of the New Britain Police Department, and they're all aware. Everybody that I work with is aware of who I am. I grew up in the New Britain community, been there my whole life. So everybody there is very much aware of where I've come from and what I've done.
So I see you have this football training business and you're doing some coaching. So is any of this coaching or any of this mentoring with these kids, is that volunteer work?
Everything's volunteer.
It is. Okay, you're not
a volunteer coach. My consulting business is like 3 projects. Not only the coaching and teaching and training, it's consulting business on how to run these nonprofit programs. Obviously, I got 24 years in the business. There's no part of that business, the nonprofit space, that I'm not aware of. I've been the program director of these programs where I've had to run them from top to bottom, finance them, staff them, and keep everything in the positive as far as keeping our statuses alive and making sure that we're on the up and up with the IRS.
Are you in a relationship now?
No.
Okay.
No, I haven't been in a relationship in years. It's kind of tough to be in a relationship trying to keep my family in order, to be honest. Nobody would understand it. It's not an easy thing to understand.
Yeah, you have a complicated situation there, and you sound very busy between football, work, and in your home life, So
my kids come first, though. I mean, first and foremost, it's always my kids and making sure that we're stable. Somehow through all this chaos, I've been able to find stability. Now I'm just trying to further stabilize my family in the future.
Okay.
Nice.
I think the key to that is sobriety based on your crimes. You know what I mean? When you look at these things.
Absolutely.
And avoiding these,
You're gonna give it to them.
finding a way to walk away when you have disagreement, particularly with women, and dealing with that later when you're calm. Thank you for answering my questions, sir. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Correa, your applications, you said you've been sober for years. Your application says that you stopped drinking in 23, which is 2 years ago.
That's still.
I stopped I stopped in 2015 to like 18, and then there was a couple a period of relapsing, and then since 23, I got into the whole health thing and all of that. I've been completely sober.
So you've been sober for 2 years now.
Yeah, on and off for the last 10 though. Like I've
Say that again.
On and off for the last 10 years or so.
Well,
Like,
yeah, but I don't think that's how sobriety works. I think you start from the
Uh-huh.
last time you had a drink, which is 2 years ago. And I understand that you had an issue with cocaine as well, and that has been years, right? Since your last
yeah,
use.
no, that's been since I was in my mid-20s or whatever.
Yeah.
Years
Okay.
ago.
Did you take a domestic violence program?
Yes, I believe through the Wheeler program.
Okay.
They had me in
Because-
some kind of program. I don't exactly remember how it was worded, but with Wheeler, I was in the program for a couple of years, at
Yeah.
least a year,
Okay.
and maybe longer.
Because
Maybe
your last
longer.
incident, you were convicted in 2016. So that's not when you were much younger. We're talking about 9 years ago.
Yeah.
So,
Right, but that was a phone call. That was a phone call through that whole.
it sure was. Maybe you don't understand that domestic violence certainly does include threats in a phone call.
No,
and
I understand.
anything. Okay.
I understand. I'm not making excuses.
Okay. Mr. Rodriguez, anything further?
No, ma'am, you asked questions I was gonna ask.
Thank you. In the matter of Alberto Correa, move to grant an absolute pardon. Mr. Seratus?
Aye.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
My vote is aye. The pardon is granted. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Giving back to the
Appreciate
community. Thank you.
you. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Frank Cruz Jr. Please unmute and state your name, sir.
Okay, I'm on mute. I'm sorry about that, guys. Hi, good morning. My name's Frank Cruz.
Hi, Mr. Cruz. So listen,
Hey,
it's
how you
been
doing?
over 13 years, maybe 14 years since your last conviction for interfering, resisting. You paid a fine. Other than that, we could go way back 20 years ago where you had a gun on you. What I'm most interested in is the restitution that you owe and the 2024, so last year, DWI that you received in another state.
Yes, ma'am. So the restitution I'm unaware of because that was probably 20 years ago. If I'm not mistaken, that was garnished and it was paid in full. I can
Not
look into
according
that.
to the judicial records, just so you're aware, it's still there.
I'm in a position where I'm able to pay it off completely
Okay.
if there is a balance, but I
Okay.
thought it was garnished out, but I will definitely look into that.
Very good.
And as far as the DUI, I admit to that. I did. I'm not a drinker and I made the wrong decision. It was at a company event and I was in a company vehicle and I decided to drive home after the event and I ended up paying for it.
Okay. I mean, you've had a good job as a manager for the past, what, almost 15 years now?
Yes, ma'am. I'm a area manager. I oversee 6 locations.
Okay. All right. And you have a teenager.
Yes, ma'am. She's about to turn 17 next week. It's my best friend.
Very good. Board members, questions?
I just had a question. Sorry, I saw some information that you might be moving and so forth. Where do you live at now?
Currently, I moved back. I live in New Britain, Connecticut. I moved back to Connecticut. It's been about 7 months now.
Okay. And you're still a district manager? That they transfer you to here, or are you still traveling to New York and back?
No, I got transferred and transitioned everything over to New Britain, and now I stay in New Britain, Connecticut.
Okay. Does your daughter live with you there?
No, she lives with her mom in Naugatuck.
Okay, but in Connecticut. Okay.
Yes.
All right. I just wanted to touch base on your, the stability of your housing and what's going on with your life right now, because I know that there was some indication that you had been thinking about changing from New York to Connecticut. So that's all I had, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. In the matter of Frank Cruz Jr., I'll move to grant an absolute pardon. Mr. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mr. Seratus.
Aye.
My vote is aye. The pardon is granted. Congratulations, sir.
Madam
Thank
Chair,
you.
can
Have
we
a
take
great
a
day.
short break?
Let's take a 5-minute break. Okay. We'll be
Thank
back.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, rest of the applicants, just please be, make sure you stay muted and be mindful of what you do in front of the Zoom camera as we are live streamed. We'll be back with you shortly.
All right, y'all. Let us move over to Louisiana. Let us move over to Louisiana. All right, that was enough for Connecticut. Connecticut's a little bit nicer. Now here come the Louisiana folks. Louisiana folks will be on a rampage. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I had them up, but looks like they are.
It's when you attend meetings, it's important to be able to open up and talk, you know, and for it to be effective. And it was hard for me to find a group that that I was comfortable with. Approximately a month before I got arrested, I had finally found actually two groups that I was actually comfortable with. You know, I was, and another thing, I was going to Lakeview Behavioral Hospital, which was, you know, they also specialized in substance abuse. I had a psychiatrist that I was seeing there.
Are you on any mental health meds?
I'm on Depakote now. It's supposed to be for my anxiety.
Yeah.
I didn't see your call. I don't have my phone in front of me, Piano.
Okay. Yeah, I'm glad to hear all of this, but you know, working parole 35 years, and if I was back in the time that you are backing, there's no way I'd have missed those AA meetings. You know you were ordered to go to. I don't care what my counselor would have told me. I'd have said, I'm going regardless, because I don't want to go back and do 20 more years, 22 more years.
Yes, sir.
But you didn't. I mean, where are you going to live if we don't revoke you today? Where are you going now?
I'm going to live with my father. A lot of things have arose since my incarceration here. I mean, he's elderly, he's disabled. I mean, it's literally to the point now in his life that my freedom and me living there with him is potentially life or death for him. I mean, he can't even cut the grass half the time. You know, he can't make it to the grocery store.
Where does he live?
Kenner, Louisiana.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Okay. Dan?
No.
Okay, let me just make sure I understand this. The current charge you're on parole for now is a conviction from 1999, correct?
Whoa.
96.
Okay. And when were you paroled out?
21.
Okay. And from 21 to 24, you were living in Florida, correct?
With the exception of maybe 3 months when I first got out, I stayed with the Louisiana Parole Project for roughly a month, and then we stayed in an apartment in Kenner for about another month or two, and then went to Florida.
Okay. And so from 2021 until 2024, you didn't have any problem fulfilling your obligations of parole, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did everything you were supposed to do.
No, sir. With the exception, you know, I didn't do the community service and the AA meetings as.
Okay. All right. And then you were rearrested because of that.
Yes,
and
sir.
Failing to report your address and what we talked about there. Okay, I just wanted, right? All right.
Okay, y'all ready to vote?
Yeah. My father also wanted to speak.
Okay. Yes, sir. I just wanted to say that if Peter is released and lives with me, he will abide by everything that, you tell him to. I'll make sure of that. And I really do need his help around the house. So it would be beneficial to me if you did release him, or reinstated his parole. I guess that's it. All I can do is guarantee that he would abide by everything that you have stipulated. All right, then I'm suppose this is a hard decision because you went to Florida and you know you're backing so much time and you didn't do what you were supposed to do. You know, obviously you must have been having some problems with your ex-wife, or which I don't know. Y'all still married?
No, sir. We still talk, but we're not married. And to be honest with you, I'm not even trying to go back that route.
Because if you go back that route, you could be in all kind of problems.
Correct. I got my focus on taking care of my dad and
All right, well, I'm ready to vote then. Okay. My vote today is going to be to do not revoke, and that you go live with your dad and do the things you're supposed to, report to the probation officer immediately. And I want a mental health evaluation completed.
Yes, sir.
And the same conditions apply that applied before. You got a 6-hour community service and you got to go to AA.
Yes, sir.
That's my vote.
All right, thank you, sir. Barra?
I'm going to go ahead and concur with Mr. Freeman, but also order a condition that you pay the cost of extradition to get you back down here from Florida. And that you be returned for a revocation hearing should you violate any of those conditions. The excuses are over with.
Yes, sir. How do I go about finding out the cost of the
They'll set it up for you on a monthly payment.
Okay.
Okay, and I concur. So it looks like we're not going to revoke, but we're putting some conditions on you. And
Yes,
so therefore, listen to what we had to say. So they're dead serious. Okay. All right,
thank y'all very much.
You keep talking.
Wait, let him finish.
All right, that'll conclude our business here at Hunt Correctional. Excuse me, we have one more at Hunt. And then we'll conclude our business there. But that concludes this particular hearing on Mr. Peter Post, and the time is 10:19. Thank you.
All right, that is for that one. Let's see who else is there. They have Stephen Thomas, they have Leonard Scott, and they have Peter Post. They got 3 more. Good morning, everybody that is coming into the chat. We are around the world. We are listening to Louisiana's probation parole hearings. We were listening to Connecticut earlier. They're doing revocation. They're doing revocation of parole because, you know, somebody who violated their probation or they've violated their parole, they can revoke their probation or parole. So they're doing that. Earlier, we were listening to individuals who were paroled, and they wanted their records to be expunged, cleared, so they will have none of that information on there whenever they apply for different jobs. That was the Connecticut one. They completed their parole, but they still had some glitches in their their record, and they wanted to get their records cleared where they can apply for things and they can say that they don't have a record. So most of those individuals were cleared of the ones we watched from Connecticut. So now we're watching Louisiana. Louisiana is pretty tough from what I've watched in the past. They have a very strict requirement, and those old individual, I'm not saying old, those seasoned individual seem very judgmental, I would say. And I guess it's because they've gone through this, they've been doing it so many years, and they don't believe half of the people that they come in contact with. So their hearing is pretty tough. I'm surprised this guy got it, but we'll see. The others, it's going to be extremely hard. Then the other places I do Utah, I do other areas. So right now we're waiting on them to restart. I'm going to go check out other places and see Parole and see what they have going on before I leave here, because I wanted to show you how strict Louisiana was. Louisiana, I find that they're pretty strict. All right, let's go ahead on. Let's move on to parole, absolute parole in Connecticut. Let's go back to Connecticut for a minute, okay? We're going to leave Louisiana, go back to Connecticut, and we're going to go watch Connecticut's absolute parole right now. Hold
on. The way.
Sorry.
At one of these points, because I went on and I moved on from the situation, I feel still like there's some type of despair there. So.
And it could be the way that you treated her. Sometimes we do have to keep looking in that mirror, right?
Absolutely. And like I said, I'm taking responsibility for what I've done. But it takes two to tango, and I do take responsibility for what I've done.
Yeah. Absolutely. Don't say too much. All right. So listen, you've been working the same job for 6 years now, married, raising children. So it does appear that you're doing well at this time. Board members, anyone opposed?
No.
All right. In the matter of Donald Fidalgo, I'll move to grant an absolute pardon. Mr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Szauskas?
Aye.
My vote is aye. The pardon is granted. Congratulations, sir. Keep working on yourself.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next is Samuel Flicker. Please unmute and state your name, sir.
Samuel Robert Flicker.
That's a funny name. Flicker.
All right, Mr. Flicker, listen, I wrote a big note on your file in the pre-screen that said minimize. And then I quoted you, and I'm going to pull up your application while we're talking, as saying, I was involved in an altercation with my then girlfriend. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to give us a better explanation and description of what actually happened, because we have the police report.
Uh-oh.
Go ahead.
I have an opening statement, if that's all right.
Sure. Go ahead.
First, I would like to thank the Board of Pardons for giving me this opportunity to speak regarding my absolute pardon application. I won't repeat everything in my application, but I would like to say that it has been a very difficult journey, and I've worked very hard to reach this point in my life. I take full responsibility for my actions, and I've worked every day since my arrest to turn my life around. I'm sorry, I'm very nervous. At the time of my arrest, I was a 20-year-old addict suffering from extreme bouts of anxiety and depression, and was using drugs and alcohol to self-medicate. The events leading up to my arrest were nothing short of tragic. I had become a shell of the person I used to be, and deeply regret the fact that my bottoming out involved another human being. This is something I live with every single day. I wish I could go back and undo the damage, but I cannot. I have been clean and sober since the day of my arrest. In AA, there is something called a living amends associated with steps 8 and 9. This idea is rooted in the damage that we as alcoholics and addicts have done that cannot be undone. I cannot undo the events of May 2016, but what I have learned is that actions speak louder than words. So my living amends has been to transform my life from the sick and troubled kid I was to the man I am today. I cannot change the events of the day, but I have made every effort to change my life. I spent countless hours and resources on therapeutic interventions. I've dedicated my life to continuing my path of recovery and to helping as many people as I can along the way. I have transformed my life in every way since 2016. All that I share with the person from then is a name. I have changed everything about who I am and continue to want to grow and help others. I want to give others hope that they can too can recover. I currently find myself in a position where I can truly make a difference in others' lives and help them access the care that I received when I was at my lowest. I'm currently pursuing a doctorate in clinical psychology to become a clinician, to be an agent of change for as many as possible, to hopefully help them avoid similar pain and suffering that I caused and went through. I have a 3.93 GPA, and I have been offered highly competitive practicum placements to train in the area of psychology I hope to specialize in, only to have them revoked once they do a background check. This is only one example of the ongoing consequences that I face and that present a substantial barrier to moving forward with my life. I have had great disappointments as a result of my past behavior that led to my criminal record, but I have not let this stop my progress. I have relied on my community of friends, my family, and my training and lived experience to keep moving forward. I hope that my application showed the commitment I have made to my new life, my recovery, and my chosen profession over the past 9 years. I've used my lived experience to help others, which during my sentencing, Judge Doyle said he hoped I would do. I hope that the board will be able to recognize the significant efforts I have made to transform my life and my ongoing commitment to helping others who struggle with substance use and mental health issues, as I did when I was 20. Over the past 9 years since my arrest, I have worked diligently to improve my life. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flicker, for that statement. And certainly we did read all about the many efforts that you made. You're a very educated man, and you have been giving back and really contributing to the communities that you're involved in. We received support letters from your therapist, psychologist, a program director, all positive things. Now, let me ask you, you refer to this day, was that the only incident of domestic violence in that relationship?
We had a very volatile relationship. I was an addict. I was mentally ill. I'm not going to speak about where the victim was at during this time, but no. I was for myself, right? We had a very codependent, volatile relationship. I'm
not sure you answered my question yet.
Was there any instances of domestic violence in the
other
relationship?
than this day? Yes.
Prior to, most likely, yes. Yeah. I mean, okay. but that idea of it just being, again, me, like it was a relationship. So,
Yeah, and I didn't ask. I didn't ask for details. I just asked if there were other incidents during your relationship, because you keep referring to the day. All right. So we did read about how you attend and chair AA and NA meetings. How long have you been sober, sir?
I've been sober since the day of my arrest, so coming up on 9 years.
What's your sobriety date?
Well, it was May 31st. I consider my official sobriety date to be June 14th, 2016.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we're going to turn it over to OBS, but let's see if my fellow board members have any questions first. Mr. Seratus?
Yeah, I had a couple of things. I also read that you described this as an altercation, and it's concerning to me. It's more like an assault, and it almost could have been much worse. This was really bad, So using that word to describe something like this, it sounds like that you're saying that the other person was involved. You know what I mean?
Yes, I understand that, right? And again, like I want to take responsibility for my actions as I did on that day, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't use that word. It just it makes it sound like you're deflecting some of the responsibility when you say that kind of thing.
Okay, and that's noted for sure.
How do you think your actions have affected the victim long term? Like, this person was unconscious when you left, right? When you left?
No, that's not accurate.
Okay. How do you think your actions have affected the victim, throughout their life? Without using the person's name, please.
Yeah, I can only assume that it greatly affected her. I have, again, as someone who is working in this field and works with victims of trauma, I know intimately kind of the unfortunate side of these things, right? And again, I'm sorry. I can't say I'm sorry enough that my sickness and what brought me to that point affected another person, right? I regret it every single day. And again, I've tried my hardest since that day to become a better man. And regardless of the outcome today, I continue to want that for myself and, want that for her as well.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we're going to turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services for possible input. Ms. Vasquez, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, board members. Our office had the opportunity to speak with the victim, and she has submitted a statement for me to read on her behalf. And it reads like this. I present today to officially reject the request for lifting the lifelong protective restraining order that has been established. Due to the emotional distress caused by this appeal, I have enlisted someone to read this statement on my behalf, but I'm still present today because I find it to be very important. Nearly 9 years ago, I was violently assaulted and left completely helpless on the side of the road by this individual. My body was covered in bruises, scratches, handprints, a large bump on my head,
Whoa,
red fingerprints around my neck,
whoa,
and my left eye was swollen and purple with broken blood vessels and a concussion. In the wake of these events, I have invested both time and money in consulting various specialists, neurologists, eye specialists, to address the lifelong injuries that this individual has caused me. A neurologist diagnosed me with post-concussion syndrome, which are symptoms of brain damage, and now I deal with migraines.
wow.
When I was 5, I underwent surgery for a lazy eye to tighten the muscles. An eye specialist informed me that the effects of his actions had reversed this surgery, and now I'm too old to have it redone. Briefly after this traumatic event happened to me, I was diagnosed with CPTSD, which stands for Complex Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder. I continue to experience ocular migraines and struggle with panic and anxiety attacks. I will, for the rest of my life, suffer from his actions. The opening remarks of the judge that oversaw this case was, "This was a very chilling police report. The language and conduct are indeed chilling. Although it may appear to some as a one-time event, I continue to endure the effects of that traumatic experience daily. I have mentally and physically suffered for nearly 9 years now, and most likely will for the rest of my life. My concerns are valid, and the order serves as an important barrier to ensure my continued safety. I have been made aware that the perpetrator has been attending William James College to become a psychiatric doctor. The irony is not lost on me that if his appeal is approved and he completes his current degree, he is a doctor. He, as a doctor, will hold the position of power over vulnerable victims who have endured traumas akin to those he inflicted upon myself. I made a commitment to myself to prevent any more victims at his hands, and his record serves as a safeguard to uphold that promise. I appreciate your understanding of the seriousness of this matter and ask that the restraining order remains in effect for mine and other safety. Thank you for your attention to this request, the victim." Thank you, Madam Chair. This is all that I have for
Thank
the.
Wow. I mean, that's a powerful statement for sure. And we're in a difficult position. Because there is a protective order until 2077 that we would be lifting.
2077.
I'm not sure I'm comfortable doing that at this time.
2077.
Board members, your thoughts?
I would not be comfortable doing that this time either, Madam Chair. I think the statement from the victim was very, very powerful at this point. I think that Mr. Flicker could use a little bit more time out in the community. Maybe doing some
is the protective
community
order?
service work or something.
I mean, yeah, he's doing the work. Yeah.
Yeah. I will not be in favor of his pardon today, Madam Chair.
Mr. Seratus?
Yeah, I am not going to be able to support this either. I have 6, 12, and 14.
And I think that he is doing some good work, but
No, he is. And perhaps, Mr. Flicker, you can petition the court to
Yeah.
try to modify this protective order. But when a victim tells us that, you know, she's afraid and she wants this protective order left in place, we really are in a tough position. In the matter of Samuel Flicker, I'll move to deny an absolute pardon for the following reasons: the injury and impact to the victim. The seriousness of your offenses would be diminished by expungement of your criminal history, and you have an active standing criminal protective order. Mr. Rodriguez? Mr. Zauskas?
Aye.
And my vote is aye. The pardon is denied. We wish you the best, Mr. Flicker.
Thank you.
Okay, next is David Funkhouser. Please unmute and state your name, sir.
David Funkhouser.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Funkhouser, 28 years since your last conviction. You were 21 years old. Obviously, the most concerning was the unlawful restraint. You want to tell us about that? What happened?
Yeah, that was started. Can I read my statement?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm 49 years old. My last conviction was in 1998. I was raised with morals and love as a kid. In my teens, I rebelled against everything, thinking I was right and think I knew what I was doing. In my late teens and early 20s, I ran with the wrong crowd and did things that I regret and that have hurt people. Since then, since my conviction, I've raised 2 kids now in their late 20s, one more now going into high school next year. I've been employed by the same employer for 13 years, holding a supervisory role. And I feel that my criminal record does not reflect the man I am today. I thank you for your consideration today. And to answer your question,
yeah,
that was in a trying time for me. A friend had said that his cousin was being abused by her boyfriend and thought it was a good idea if we kind of roughed him up and brought him back home. Regrettably, that's what we did. And I find myself here today to answer for that again.
Okay. All right. So you've been a construction foreman now for many years, married, kids, doing well. Do you do any volunteer work in the community?
I attempted to when my older son, David, played hockey, but I couldn't get cleared through a background check. And as recently as 4 years ago, when my younger son was playing baseball, the same issue arose. We always host everything at our house. All the kids always come here. It's not necessarily structured volunteerism, but
yeah. Understood. Thank you. Board members, any questions?
Do not.
Okay. In the matter of David Funkhouser, I'll move to grant an absolute pardon. Mr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Szauskas?
Aye.
My vote is aye. The pardon is granted. Congratulations, sir.
thank you all. I appreciate your time.
Curtis Johnson, please. Mr. Johnson, please unmute and announce your name.
You mean Curtis Slaughter or Curtis Johnson?
Curtis Johnson. Oh, there he is.
Yeah,
Okay.
there he is. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Curtis Johnson, please state your name.
Curtis Jacob Johnson.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Johnson, you have a few different victims of domestic violence. Did you take a domestic violence program?
Yes, I took one in jail a long time ago. Yeah.
In jail, you didn't have to do it in the community as well?
No, this was that was one of my first cases back in the 90s. So I think I had to do one at Southwest Community on Triple Ave, but the courts never recommended me to do it. But I took an anger management class myself.
Yeah.
And what a very long time ago.
Yeah, I mean, your last conviction involved an argument with your stepdad. So I could see you taking an anger management program for that, but you know, there was some threatening stuff, breach of peace. Those were domestic violence in nature, violation of protective order. Are you in a relationship now?
No, I'm single, live alone.
Are you working now?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I'm doing stagehand 101. We're in transition right now, so we're laid off. But I recently just got a job at 2181 Learning Center, Child Learning Center. So this will really mean a lot to me, so I could be a better role model for the kids there.
A child learning center?
2181 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Oh, okay. You know, you're muffled. We can't really hear you
Yeah,
well.
it's hard to
I'm
hear.
not
It's hard to understand.
what the issue is, but maybe turn your volume up, or I don't know.
My voice is too deep.
Okay, board members, questions before we turn it over to OVS.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah.
You have a couple gun charges mixed in with these cases. Why were you carrying a gun around?
Well, unfortunately, I live in a bad neighborhood. That makes no.
Oh my God, dude, you need to fix that
I
thing.
wasn't carrying it for hurt nobody. It was more for protection because of my neighborhood when I was growing up. A lot of people.
Lord, have mercy.
Getting getting hurt. So it was never for me my intention to hurt anybody. As far as that, it was just more protection with the stupid. With the stupid,
He gonna have to do something.
We can't hear you at all now.
Yeah, now you're all.
He gotta do better than that.
I'm wondering if maybe he would get a better reception in a different room of his home.
I was also going to ask if he's holding his device, it's possible his hand is covering the microphone.
Sounds.
Do you hear me now? Is it better?
Yeah.
Yes.
Way better.
Okay.
So, sir, we were just asking you about these gun possession charges. I understand that you said you live in a bad neighborhood and that you were carrying a gun for protection. Have you ever had any training with guns? Did you know how to handle a gun or anything like that?
No.
He's not showing his face.
Being young, watching TV, and just
This dude acting stupid,
I
y'all.
lived in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and in the '90s, it was very, very, very bad.
Why he don't have the thing on showing
Like
his
I
face?
said, I never did nothing with it. I just ended up getting caught with it stupidly. And,
Playing games, y'all.
I have no excuse. I have
How
full
come he
responsibility.
don't see himself?
And like I just didn't want to.
Lord,
I
he being
wanted to
so-
live. I got kids. I had two kids. My daughter at the time was young. I had a son, and around that time, statistics, he wasn't going to make it past 25. And I just refused to be a victim or a statistic. So.
All right, Madam Chair, that's all I had about. I just wanted to talk about the guns a little.
Thanks. What is your relationship, Mr. Johnson, with your stepfather now?
He fought his stepfather.
We're good. They moved. My mother retired from the state. They live in North Carolina. We don't. I'm gonna be honest with you. We don't talk. Me and my mother talk. So I just.
You're aware there's still a protective order?
Uh-oh. He ain't
I
getting
thought
it.
they said the protective order was gonna be going away after a year after that case.
No, it doesn't work that way.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you have a protective order in place until, let's see if I can find it now. 2076. You have to go
76.
back and have it modified. It
76.
just doesn't go away. Yeah.
76.
Me and my mom talked, but.
Well, I mean, I understand that your mom's not listed on the protective order, and it's not a full protective order. It's a partial protective order with your stepfather. All right, let's turn the hearing over. If board members are ready, let's turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services for input. Ms. Vasquez, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, board members. Our office had the opportunity to speak with the victim, and they have asked us to relay this message. Quote, I am perfectly fine with him receiving the pardon.
Oh,
thank you, Madam Chair.
And that's the female victim.
Okay,
Yes.
Dave.
Thank you very much,
give
Ms.
him props.
Vasquez.
Okay.
Okay.
They're letting him go.
Wow.
All right.
Somebody said, wow, like me.
What are our thoughts? Mr. Seratus, what are your thoughts on this case?
Yeah, so based on his description of things and how he has matured and attended some programs, and then also the victim's statement,
Yeah.
I'm in favor of this pardon today.
Yeah.
Me too.
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Rodriguez?
I mean, I would agree. I mean, I was concerned with the gun charges, but
Yeah.
yeah, I would agree that with the victim statement added
Yeah.
to it, I would move to.
Okay. Thank you. In the matter of Curtis Johnson, I'll move to grant an absolute pardon. Mr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Seratus?
Aye.
And my vote is aye. The pardon is granted. Congratulations, sir.
We granted it.
Have a good day.
You too.
He just getting on my nerve with his mic.
Okay, next is Matthew Laferia. Please unmute.
Okay, let's
and
go
state your
back to
name for the record.
Louisiana, y'all. We're gonna go to Louisiana. Sorry,
Yes.
y'all. We're gonna go to Louisiana because Louisiana seems like they got something going on here. Hold on. Let's go to Louisiana. This is a revocation in Louisiana going on.
Mr. Thomas, do you have a piece of paper in front of you with your name and your DLC number on it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and does it have a deal where it talks about lawyers on there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're not entitled to an appointed lawyer, but you can hire a lawyer if you want one. Do you know that?
Yes, sir.
Did you hire a lawyer? Do you want a private lawyer?
No, sir.
Okay, you ready to go forward with the hearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good deal, good deal. The way we're gonna do this is that each one of us has a particular cases that we study, and they're gonna go over certain rule violations with you and hear what you got to say about it.
Yes,
And you can plead guilty with a statement, you can plead not guilty, or anyway, but as we go over each rule, as Mr. Freeman goes over each rule with you, he's gonna ask what you plead, and then he's gonna talk about it and see what happens, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thomas, I do not think we can proceed with your hearing today because you had appointed counsel at your preliminary hearing because you stated you couldn't read and write.
Yes, sir.
So we need to check on that to see, can we proceed without appointed counsel if he had appointed counsel at the preliminary hearing?
I move for executive session.
Yes, second.
Okay, got a motion? Mr. Freeman?
Yes.
Ross?
Yes.
Free.
Yes. Okay, we're gonna be going into executive session to discuss your status with your reading and writing and the attorney, what effect that has on us. The time is 10:33 in the morning. We'll be right back.
Okay, let's see if they came back yet. Hold on, let's see. They didn't come back
For
yet.
another date, and you'll be notified. Till then, you'll remain locked up, and then we'll have you here and see what.
Okay, hold on. So they came back and told him
All
that.
right, can I have a motion to come back in from executive session?
A motion. Second.
Got a motion and a second to return from executive session. Time is 10:41. We're back in regular session. Mr. Thomas, we cannot continue your hearing today because of the fact that we've been told that you were represented by an attorney, an appointed attorney, because you qualify for that at your original hearing, and that that same attorney will need to represent you at this revocation hearing. He has been contacted and he wishes to do that. So we'll have to reschedule this particular hearing for another date, and you'll be notified. Till then, you'll remain locked up, and then we'll have you here and see what we say about that. So that'll conclude our business at Hunt, and that'll conclude our business for the Committee on Parole. And the time is 10:42 in the morning. End of cases for today.
All right, so they ended theirs for the day.
Did you know that Amazon has a $50 million fund?
Hold on, we're gonna go back over to Connecticut, y'all. Let's go back to Connecticut. Go back to absolute parole in Connecticut. Here we go.
So, it appears that you had an addiction issue, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You took a lot of programs. I'm looking here while you were incarcerated. Tell us how long you've been sober and what your relapse prevention is today.
So there's a mistake there. I was incarcerated, but like programs, I don't know what you have listed there.
Oh, you didn't take these programs?
I don't know what's there. Like I was,
Track 2, the DUI program,
maybe that was in
domestic
my
violence. I'm sorry?
Maybe that's in my file from like probation and whatnot.
Okay.
Okay. So you probably see better than I see.
Well, I mean, did you take programs?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. And yeah, I was through a lot of probation and stuff.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
I apologize. I've been sober since 2015.
Yeah.
Lebanon Pines really. I prepared an opening statement.
Yeah, go for it.
Kind of sums all that up.
Go ahead.
So good morning, members of the board. My name is Matthew Laferia, and I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to speak before you today. I'm here to ask for a pardon, not to erase my past, but to be able to fully embrace my future. A future that I've worked tirelessly to rebuild over the past 9 years. For a long time, I struggled with addiction. I started using heroin at 17 years old, and for years, my life revolved around bad decisions and legal troubles. But in 2015, I reached a breaking point. I entered a long-term rehabilitation program at Lebanon Pines, and since then remained sober. My sobriety is the foundation of the life that I've built, one of responsibility, hard work, and dedication to becoming a better person. Today, I'm a maintenance supervisor in a commercial greenhouse, managing a team and overseeing complex equipment and budgets. I've earned multiple certifications, and my goal is to become an engineer specializing in automation and controls in a tier 1 facility. For example, that would be the automotive industry. Despite my qualifications and experience, my past convictions continue to limit my opportunities. Beyond my career, I've also found stability in my personal life. I live with my girlfriend, Jessica, and I have the privilege of helping raise her 14-year-old daughter. Their love and support has given me even more reason to stay on the right path. Me and Jessica are coming up on 5 years, and it's the most wholesome, supportive relationship I've ever been in. I take full responsibility for my past mistakes and deeply regret the harm I caused to myself, my family, and my community. But I stand here before you today that proof that change is possible. I've spent nearly a decade proving that I'm not the same person I once was. A pardon would allow me to move forward without the weight of my past holding me back, so I can continue to positively contribute to society. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Board members, questions?
Yeah, I just had a couple questions. Do you still have family support back in Connecticut? Or you still talk to your family here?
Yes, sir. I have my cousins. My father, he lives in New York, but we're very close. He's a big pillar in my life.
It sounds like some of those people may have been involved and had addiction problems also in the past.
Yeah, yes, sir. My mother died from addiction when I was 17. I found her in 2005. Then I left directly from there to go in the military. But I suffered a lot of loss. My brother in 2019, I live in North Carolina now, but I had to fly back home and bury him. It was tough, you know. But that's the life that seems to be up there, you know. I had to get out of there.
My question is, are you able to be supportive to any of those people that might still be struggling? Does anyone call you for help?
For sure. Yeah, definitely. I have a lot of friends back up there. I'll speak with them. They're still struggling. I'm like, hey man, you know, you gotta, I know how it is, because you got to be tired of it, you know. So I try to tell them the story. It's like, look at me, like look at the success that I've made in the last 10 years. It's like leaps and bounds ahead of what I left behind. And it's just yeah, I'm definitely a source of strength, and like they can visually see it, you know.
Yeah, I would encourage you to keep doing that, because you figured it out, and it's not easy for people, as you know, to get to where you are. So if you can give back to make up for some of these things that you've done in the past by helping some of those people, that would be good, you know.
For sure. And I continue to do it here. Like where I work, it's a very low income, like the town is low income, and you can see, like, I drive through it every day. I'm like, man, it's tough, but I'll be walking into like a grocery store or something, and you know, there's a guy all nodded out. I'm like, hey man, you know, you gotta get up. This stuff, you know, you're gonna go to sleep and not wake up. You gotta get up, move around, or, you know, there's help out there. I've done it several times, you know. I've done it several times.
Okay, good. That's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir. Good luck.
Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Rodriguez?
No, ma'am.
In the matter of Matthew Laferia, I move to grant an absolute pardon. Mr. Seratus?
Aye.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
My vote is aye. The pardon is granted. Congratulations, sir.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Jason Levit. Mr. Levit, please unmute and state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Jason Levit. Good morning. Can I start with an opening statement?
Sure, thanks.
Foremost, I'd like to say thank you for this opportunity, for not every state is as lenient with past mistakes as Connecticut. Thank you. My life has been one filled with many bright points and stages, but with intermittent turbulent times and points where terrible mistakes were made. I am aware and grateful for each bright phase, but more aware of the troubled times and mistakes. Though for those too, I am grateful. For doing my time, enduring the consequences, and most importantly, reflecting deeply on each mistake have made me the extremely moral and ethical man I am today. That deep reflection has given me the eyes to see the path both behind and in front of me so that future mistakes can be avoided, and also given me the heart to remain hopeful and faithful and grateful for the entire journey. As you know, I'm here today requesting a pardon for my 2012 OUI second offense in the state of Connecticut. Again, I'm only grateful for this opportunity. That said, I firmly believe all adolescent and risky behavior is far behind me. Currently, since November 1st, I work at a beautiful antique store in Tannersville, New York, but my hopes are to do more powerful and service-oriented work and to serve and protect more vulnerable populations such as the elderly and children from trafficking, child slavery, sexual assault, kidnapping, and even murder. In order to proceed with this dream, my first priority is to have this felony conviction pardoned, as the licensure I'm seeking mandates that. I hope you will grant me this dream, and I hope you will see me as the normal human being that I am, with an immense love for humanity, and with mistakes behind me, and with the scars to prove both. As far as this conviction, I have seen it through. I served my prison sentence without complication, employed only 2 weeks after prison release, satisfied my probation in less than half the sentence time, performed my community service hours promptly, and fulfilled all other sentencing. And though I've made my mistakes in the past, I hope you will know my days of trouble are far behind. Now I only wish to live a life of service. Please grant me this pardon. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Levit. So we can't ignore the fact that you have 4 total convictions for driving under the influence, and you described it as, I don't know, adolescent juvenile. I'm not sure what words you use, but there's a recent one. So how do you explain this? And you still drink socially?
No, I don't. I don't drink since November 2021, and that was the DUIs early on were basically because I struggle with bipolar disorder, and sometimes in life it's very hard to get the treatment that you need.
Okay.
It took me a long time to find a psychiatrist that worked well for me, and I actually ended up with him after prison, and then I had to switch him up because I moved to Maine. This is not an excuse by any means. It's just a true story. Lockdown for COVID was really tough on me psychologically. I wasn't able to go to work offshore. I made a really dumb decision. However, the great benefit that came out of that last OUI was Maine had a program called DEEP, Driver's Education Evaluation Program. It was a 3-week virtual course. And I'd done DUI courses before, but this one that I believe I did in July of 21 really hit home. It was virtual because the class focused on the many, many stories of children, family members being killed by people who are drinking and driving. And it just really, really hit home emotionally to the point where I had to really reflect on the dumb decisions that I'd made. And then shortly after that, a few months later, I just was no longer drinking. It wasn't like I tried or went to AA. It was a combination of that course and reflecting on that. And also just a loss of taste for, I used to drink alcoholic seltzers, just a loss of taste for it. And I could say with absolute conviction that I will never get behind the wheel again especially after that course, having drank. It's absolutely inconceivable. Because if I were to ever do something like that to someone, to an innocent person, my life would be over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, you have been involved in quite a few programs. We have all of that in your file throughout the years. Happy to see that you're working now in a job that you love. Yeah, and I do see that you struggled with some issues that you have addressed since then. We received nice letters from friends of yours and a landlord. What happens to your other DUIs? Have you applied for pardons in the other
No,
states?
I mean, basically, I started with you because you're the felony, and the first step for me is getting the bounty hunting
Yeah.
licensing. So the only ordinance with that one is the felony. Private investigation work is really my higher goal, because then I could go after people. Like, I've been attending the North Carolina Judicial Human Trafficking branch meetings, board meetings for a year now. So I have some contacts there. My hopes is that once I'm gonna have to deal with the New York stuff, which is going to be more difficult, which is why I thanked you guys for being Connecticut, but I will get it done. I've made some contacts in that, with that board, where hopefully I can get into some contracting with them, especially with the trafficking stuff is what I want to do. There's one thing I should actually add to that. My application, I think I said, other than my life work, like my professions, which are kind of service-based, marine biology, running my school, which was definitely service-based. I forgot to mention, at Flying Deer Nature Center, I go back from time to time. I run workshops on winter deer tracking, was the last one, bobcat tracking for youth and families, and that's free of charge. I figured I should let that be known.
Okay, thank you. Do my fellow board members have any questions?
Yeah, I just had a couple questions.
Sure.
Sir, you've moved around a lot, so I'm just trying to understand. And you're in New York right now, but you want to move to North Carolina? Is that what you want to do?
I have an address in North Carolina. I came up here because there were 2 invalid charges on my New York rap sheet that were very bad charges that were automatically dismissed at the time that I got them. I talked to Officer Ferraro about this. I was trying to get them dismissed they came up on my FBI rap sheet, and I was like, whoa, these charges are not me. Like, the last thing I'm going to do is touch a woman. I'm going to protect a woman. I don't have domestic issues. And it wasn't working. So I decided to come up to New York to go to that small town court. And I ended up going 9 different times before it got done, where Officer Ferraro can actually call and say, oh, these are dismissed charges. So that's how I came to be back up here. I still have an address in North Carolina. Basically, what I'm waiting for is for this felony to clear so I can go down to my bounty hunter training in North Carolina, which is 3 days.
Where do you have a driver's license at right now? What state?
I have a North Carolina driver's license.
And that's valid?
Yeah, I showed it today. I could show it now if you'd like.
No, it's okay. I'm just asking you. I'm trying to understand. You've lived in a lot of different places, and you have DWIs in 3 different states. So I'm trying to.
Also, part of that is my career since 2010 was working offshore. So oftentimes I would be moving around to catch boats at different spots, So I never really settled. It's the nature of these.
New York, Maine, and Connecticut, those are the only 3 states where you have criminal records.
And there's the South Carolina thing, which is only a violation, which I just paid a $1,100 fine for last week.
Dang.
Because I just finally got the original disposition, and me and Officer Ferraro have talked about that too, but I just paid it. And now, as of yesterday, it's in the process of being expunged, but I don't think that's really criminal. It was a city ordinance violation, disorderly conduct.
You have no ongoing cases right now in any other state that you've gone through?
The last trouble I got in, and it will have been the last trouble I've gotten for the rest of my life, was in Maine.
Okay. All right, that's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any objections in this file? Okay. In the matter of Jason Levit, I'll move to grant an absolute pardon. Mr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Seratus?
Aye.
My vote is aye. The pardon is granted. Congratulations, sir.
May I ask one question? Did you, at the beginning of this conference, did you guys say it would be 5 weeks or 10 weeks until the record is cleared?
10 weeks. In some cases, if it takes longer for some reason, it may be even 3 months, but you should be receiving that in the mail somewhere around the 10 weeks.
Okay, so I'll receive it from you, and that's when I know I can get my FBI rap sheet and it's clear.
Yeah, it will be to your whatever address you have registered with us, which I believe is the Carolina address.
Right. No, right now you have the New York address, but I'll probably contact you guys and I'll let you know what I do and switch that up. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, next is Clarence Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell. Mr.
All
Mitchell,
right.
please. There you go. Please, please state your name for the record, sir.
My name is Clarence Herbert Mitchell III.
The third.
Thank you.
Did you have a brief statement you wanted to make, or do you want us to ask you questions, sir?
I'll have you ask some questions.
Sure. All right. So, Mr. Mitchell, I made a note on your file that there was a lot of violence.
Uh-oh.
So let's take a look.
Violence.
Yeah. I see domestic violence. There's an assault first, robbery second. What was going on during this time in your life? It has been, I will note for the record, about 16 years since your last conviction. So what was going on then? What's changed?
A lot has changed. One, I can say that I truly was in a very dark place. I had a tough life with my father and my mother. I'm looking at who I was. I was in a very, very dark place. Since that time, since my last arrest, which is 16, 17 years, I've been my wife's caregiver for over 15, 16 years. She just passed 2 years ago. I've been clean 11 years. My spiritual base is a solid thing. And understanding the hurt and the pain that I cause each and every victim in all my crimes, I take full responsibility, but I just humbly would like to say that I understand. I understand my darkness. I understand the things that I embarked upon these people, and I had no right to do that. So I'm just, I'm remorseful. I'm definitely reformed because, 16 years I haven't been in any trouble. I've been working. I'm doing volunteer mentor work with a Christian-based mentor program for the inner city, Bridges of Hope, in New Haven, Connecticut.
Yep, saw that. And yeah, you're involved in your church as well. And I'm sorry for the loss of your wife. You have 2 sons, is that right?
Yes,
No.
I have 2 sons and 3 daughters.
Yes, 2 sons and 3 daughters. Wow. Okay. Yeah. So we read about all the programs you've taken, in your sobriety. How did you get sober, and how do you stay sober?
Clean and sober. It was a made up mind. I had to have a made up mind. I looked inside myself, finding out my wife had stage 4 cancer, kidney failure, congestive heart failure. All these things. And one thing I learned is this is the only woman that has ever forgiven me for any of my infidelities, any of my wrongs. She really believed me, but she taught me unconditional love. And I really realized what humanity really is. To have that compassion, to have that peace, to have that spiritual love for someone else and not hurt someone, not damage someone's property. And I learned that when the needs and wants of someone else become more important than your own, then that is love. And I'm loving today.
Thank you. Board members, questions?
I just had one question. Sir, I read you completed a program in 2017 or 2018. It was involved with your church. It had to do with vices, and it seems to be like, one of the turning points as far as your sobriety. Can you just tell us what that was about? What was going on at that?
It was called the Overcomers Program, and what it did was it talked about overcoming addiction. Vices are things that I didn't listen to. A lot of things when it came to my violence was I reacted. I didn't listen. So today, being more spiritual based and being more grounded and rooted internally, I hear, I listen. I'm more compassionate. I'm more affectionate. I'm sober. I'm clean. I'm happy. I'm a little sad that my wife passed, but you know what? There's still peace in life, and being totally free is something that, I know that I can enjoy becoming a more caring and productive member of society continuously as I have already.
You've had some violence assaults in the past. Do you ever see those people around New Haven? Any of these people that were involved in this?
No, I haven't. While I was incarcerated, I took domestic violence classes. any domestic issues I had. I took domestic violence classes, which were mandated by the court. Upon my release, my last charges, I had parole, release from prison, and then I had 3.5, 4 years special parole, which I completed successfully with no violations or anything.
Okay. Well, regardless of what happens today, I hope that you will continue to volunteer and do those things to try to make amends for some of the harm you've caused over the years with some of these things, sir, regardless of how this goes. Okay, that's all I had today.
Okay. Let's turn to the Office of Victim Services. Ms. Vasquez, do we have any input in this case?
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this moment, we do not have victim input. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I just ask a question?
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell, sorry for the loss of your wife.
Thank you for your condolences.
What would you say to your victims today? Because you've had some pretty serious, you stabbed somebody.
Yeah.
What would you say to them if they're listening?
The greatest thing that I could say is that I humbly and truly apologize for my inconsideration, my harm, my hurt that I have bestowed upon you for some wrong reason. I mean, I had the right choices that I should have made, but I made the wrong ones.
This guy sounds like a preacher.
That I would humbly accept your. I hope you would humbly accept my apology and know that I mean it sincerely.
You don't mean
I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, Madam Chair, I'm done.
Are there any objections, board members, in this case?
No.
All
No.
right. In the matter
give it to him.
of
You don't give it to him.
Clarence Mitchell III, I'll move to grant an absolute pardon. Mr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Seratus?
Aye.
My vote is aye. The pardon is granted.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, David Moss.
You still sound like a preacher.
Oh, hello. Just a sec. Sorry.
Yeah, I
Hello,
know.
how are you? How is everybody?
He
I'm
look like
sorry
a
for being
predator.
informal. I'm used to doing
He look like
more informal Zoom calls.
He look like a predator.
Thank you, court, for hearing my case. I wanted to say that. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
are you
sir.
walking?
was,
Are you walking, sir?
Am I walking? No.
Can you- Oh, okay.
Want me to? Okay.
Have a seat.
So-
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. So I was in 2008, I was 18. I had a relationship with someone. I was a senior. He was a freshman. Lately, after a while, I realized that
Didn't
may
I say he
not
was a
have been
predator?
appropriate at the time. I was young and I wasn't thinking straight. I did have a drug problem. I've been sober since August 15th, 2017. I started going to NA meetings in 2015.
FDR.
And for this charge, for the first charge, I did go to intensive outpatient at Norwalk Hospital for a year. I had a very good therapist. I feel that David Cross at Norwalk Hospital was my first really good therapist.
Didn't he look like
Because I had been going to therapy for a long, long
Don't he
time.
look like it?
They put me on a medication that really worked well. And when I lived in Florida, they took me off that. But so I take Depakote and I meditate, and I feel that studying Buddhism and meditating has been the best for my sobriety.
Okay.
And I've been focusing on more meditation and Buddhism instead of relationships.
We did read about all of the treatment, different things that you've been involved in, and your sobriety as well. Were you required during your probationary period for that offense to do any specific treatment for problem sexual behavior?
Uh-oh.
I was not, no.
Okay, so
Uh-oh.
just therapy,
That's correct.
traditional therapy.
No,
Okay.
yeah, it was mostly drug addiction and depression was the focus.
Right, okay. And you're still involved in some form of treatment today, right?
That's correct. I see a psych nurse once a month.
Yep, and we did receive letters from your recovery coach and employment counselor, so they had positive things to say about you. Okay, board members, questions?
No
questions.
All right, in the matter of David Moss, I'll move to grant an absolute pardon.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Seratus?
Aye.
My vote is aye. The pardon is granted. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
I feel
next
like
case,
Chester.
I'm not sure if we need to do this on the record.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Ricky Nelson Jr., being continued to a March docket.
Thank you. In the matter of Ricky Nelson Jr., I'll move to continue the case to the March 11th docket. Mr. Seratus?
Aye.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
My vote is aye. This case is continued to the March docket.
All right.
You know what, Kim, let's take a 10-minute recess, okay?
All right, y'all. They're on a recess.
Very
We'll
good.
be back in 10 minutes.
They're on
Thank you.
recess now. They're on a recess, and we will go forward and let's see. They're on a 10-minute recess. All right. So we got caught up with them. Y'all, Chester the molester got absolute pardon. And you guys know what absolute pardon means, that they get their record cleared off where they won't be looked at as a criminal. All right. So guys, let's see. We will be doing this on a daily basis at 9 o'clock. And we're going to go back to doing our affirmations in the morning, guys. Please join us at 7 in the morning for our affirmations. The trial for hold on a second. They're fixing the leak in my house. I gotta talk to the guy. Hold on, y'all. Kobe crying because I got him locked up in the room and he wants to get out. He doesn't want to stick in there. Yeah, I hear him crying. He crying. He wants to get out. But he can't get out because he'll be all up in the way. Kobe crying, y'all. All right, y'all, there's a trial going on. Oh, I don't know if I want to watch that trial. There's a trial with a missing baby. Yeah, I think I want to watch that trial. No, we'll stick with our parole and probation. Let's go check out Utah. Let's see what they got going on with probation and parole in Utah. Let's see what's going on with them. Today is... We're going to go check it out and see what they got going on today for Utah. Oh, they do have a live hearing going on right now, y'all. Right now, they have a live hearing going on. All right, y'all, here we go. We're gonna go and see. They are not ready right now. We're in Utah. They are not ready, and let me show you what this looked like right now. They have they're not ready to bring in person in. See, we're in Utah. Got different people joining. They haven't started yet. I think they starting in the next 8 minutes. We're in Utah. All right, since we can't get Utah up right now, we're gonna go. Let's see where we're gonna go else. Where else we're gonna go? Hold on, let's see what else we can go. What time is that one supposed to start?
Hello, and good morning to all members of the panel. I would like to start off
Yeah,
by
we're
saying
back
thank
on
you for giving me the
Connecticut.
opportunity
Utah's
to be
not
here today
ready.
regarding pardon absolution for my past criminal history. I would like to start off by first apologizing to the victims and whom I may have violated or offended back in my youth or as an adult in my early stages of my 20s. I write this letter today not to make excuses for any of my actions, but more to give my side to the incidents. I know some members of the board have some questions regarding charges of the year ended in 2012 regarding a minor and a mother who alleged I assaulted them. The truth is, a lot of information is missing regarding that day. That could have and would have vindicated me from the alleged arrest. For the starters, the 911 call was made from my house by my guest and my girlfriend at the time. The fact that the alleged victim destroyed property and misbehaved and bullied other kids at the residence. Another factor being the victim's mother was assaulting my 58-year-old mother at the time of alleged incident.
He's not getting it.
The fact that the victim didn't call the police themselves for the incident that I was accused of, instead left to only come back with a group of men at a children's cookout gathering and create more hassle and trouble. The witness statements were not taken even after asking the arresting officer in charge to investigate the murder charges after countless pleas. I've always stood on my innocence regarding this matter, and as my lawyer once said to me throughout the case, it takes two individuals to end up in a situation. Although it wasn't a great outcome, moving forward was the better option. To take lesser charges was recommended by him. What I've learned from this incident, and my part is the situation I can state is that I shouldn't have ever attempted to restrain someone else's child. For that, I am abundantly apologetic to the victims who feel victimized over my actions. I should have waited for the proper authorities to come to de-escalate the situation. However, a critical and yet most important part was not mentioned. The victim began attacking me after I tried to enter my home to avoid victims from attacking me yet again. What started off as a great day ended up being the worst day and night of my life. I say this because although I was innocent and I feel that I was innocent, I ended up being guilty due to my past criminal history coming forward. And to the present. That caught up with me. They say that the company you keep is what defines you, and I guess that's the truth because I kept that company around me. My mother used to say, tell me who your friends are, and I will tell you who you are. Who you choose to be around defines your character, she always told me. So allow me to take the board on this new journey. Since the date of arrest on file, I have taken anger management with Access Health in Bridgeport, Connecticut, worked very hard to be a better person, have strived to achieve greatness, bought my own house in 2020, started a company, KO Transportation, LLC, have kept myself out of trouble since the last arrest of 2012. And sure, the conviction was 2016, but the actual arrest was 2012. I've helped people that were once in my shoes find better alternatives, obtaining commercial driver's licenses, and how to get free government programs, fundings, such as WIOA. I have custody of my 13-year-old daughter, Savannah Marie Nieves, who blesses me every day with her presence and gives me continuing reason to better myself daily. I participate in all school functions and financially help with all school fundraisers that she's involved in. So I asked the board, does this sound as a man who wants to continue down a negative path, or a man who simply wants to achieve greatness and higher standards in life? We all make mistakes, and I sure made enough of them. To know that the direction I want to head in is in the positive, I promise myself no matter how hard life gets, I will fight to achieve all goals, because I know that being knocked down is part of striving to be at the top of success. I want to emphasize that I'm aware of all my wrongdoings. I lived with the outcome for many years. I paid my time to society for all crimes I committed, and I just want a fresh start. To move forward and never have to worry about my past continuing to haunt me. When it comes to employment or other things in life, I want people to know that dreams are achievable regardless of past history. Regardless of today's decision, God has blessed me with being here, and I know everything is in his hands. And I know that he's touched every panel member here with mercy and grace. Thank you for all parties. Sorry about that.
Thank you, sir, for your statement. So you had a couple gun charges too. Why did you have weapons?
So the first gun charge I caught, I actually took the gun to help somebody not be convicted because he had a lengthy rap sheet. And the other gun charge that I had, I actually had possession of it, and I believe I shot it in the air.
Right.
When I think I was 16 years old and 17 years old at the time. I know I was 16 years old for one. I think I was 17, maybe 18 years old for the other one. So it's just a young kid being stupid, foolish, trying to fit in because I didn't have positive role models. I didn't have my mother around. I didn't have my father around.
So you were willing to go to prison for a friend for taking the gun charge for him?
Yeah.
Wow.
I thought at the time loyalty to friends was everything,
Well, there's loyalty and then there's just stupid. I mean, I'm not going to prison for anybody.
Well, that's where it falls under. I was dumb, stupid, dumb, ignorant.
Okay.
Didn't know any better.
Board members, questions?
I have a question.
Yep.
Sir, the incident at the cookout that you were describing, I know you dispute some of the facts of the case, but you do recognize, and you did say and you apologize that you shouldn't restrain someone else's child. That part, you recognize that was a mistake, right?
Correct. Absolutely. At the time, I thought I was doing the right thing. I'll be honest. Then after looking at it, after years going down the road, it's like, maybe I shouldn't have done it. Maybe I should have just waited for the police. Maybe I should have waited for all these. The truth is, I didn't think. What I've learned from that situation, and God honest truth, is think before you react.
Yeah.
Protect yourself by doing the right thing. This situation, it sucked. I'll be honest. Emotionally, it sucks. Emotionally, having to explain the situation sucks. It's really hard. And I'm no saint. I know what I did. And regardless to the possession of firearms, but the possession of narcotics, I don't take any of that. And it's like I said, you keep bad company around you, bad things happen. Since 2012, the eye opener was, I don't want my daughter to have a scumbag father. I want her to see that there's light, no matter how dark the situation is.
Yeah.
Have you ever had any contact with the mother or the child that were involved in that cookout after that incident?
No, I haven't. Maybe my ex had, but I don't speak to my ex either anymore because that was also a toxic situation. Like, we didn't make the best decisions, you know, when it came to having people at parties or just being together, you know.
Yeah.
When
Have you had an opportunity to do any community service or give back in any way for some of the things that you've done?
I have. When I was with my ex, I used to volunteer with her daughter at Piece by Piece in Norwalk off Center Street. And basically what I do is you know, if I see people who happen to come home from prison or they say, hey, I see you're doing real good, I give them advice. I tell them how to get the government programs, the WEO programs, because the information was provided to me by another individual who was incarcerated, you know, and he said, you know, I don't look for anything. I look for you just to pass this information down to somebody else who's willing to take it.
Yeah, well, I would encourage you to keep doing that. So regardless of what happens today, if you find any way to help people or volunteer, you should try to do that. You've created some, you know, some harm over the years, you know, in your past. So, you know, trying to make amends for that through volunteering or trying to help other people would be good for you. You know, that's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Rodriguez?
No, I just hope that Mr. Rodriguez, you know, continues to do some positive stuff because he's really got a terrible background in this. I mean, even firing the firearms up in the air, you know, those bullets do come down. They don't just stay up in the air. You were just probably very lucky that nobody got injured or got hurt at that particular point in time. And I hope that you do continue along this little positive path that you're traveling in. And not have any additional questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. In the matter of Joseph Ortega Maldonado, I'll move to grant an absolute pardon.
Oh, they're
Mr.
giving it to
Seratus?
him. They're
Aye.
giving it to him.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Oh,
My
they're
vote is
giving it to him.
aye.
Yay.
Pardon is granted.
Yay, they gave it to him.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Good job. These guys are kind. Not in Louisiana.
You're muted, Officer Dickey.
Oh, you said I'm muted?
Yes, yeah, so, no, I apologize. Kenneth Palmary, please.
Good morning, members of the board. My name's Kenneth Palmary.
What do you think he
Do
did?
you have a brief statement or do you want questions?
What do he look like? He looked like a predator.
I wrote something out.
Like a
I
predator.
don't know how brief it is. It was meant to be brief, but it's a couple minutes long.
What do you think?
I mean, okay, as long as you're not repeating what we already read in your application, go ahead.
No, I don't think so. It's difficult for me to look back and put myself in the mindset that I used to be in. So much has changed, but for the purpose of the statement, I had to reflect. I have taken full responsibility for how I behaved in the past, completing probation when it was imposed without any violations. I did not have respect for myself or others. The one case where the victim was a woman who I dated for 19 years.
I
dated again after the incident. We went our separate ways amicably around 2014 or 15. People change and the time had changed us. Recently, she reached out to me through my business email. We exchanged numbers and I apologized to her. She apologized to me. We talked about old times and are good friends now. Of the 19 years we were together, there was only one incident. Regrettably, there was the one incident. Respectfully, I'd like to clarify some misinformation from my pre-screen. It was said I live in Florida with my wife and children. Currently, we do not have children. We are trying to have children. My wife was adopted, and it's important to us. If nature or medical intervention does not work, we have adoption as a choice without my background affecting our eligibility. That's a major reason of me wanting this pardon, in addition to personal growth, the growth of my business and my reputation. Briefly, to provide context, I did not grow up in a loving household. Problems were handled with anger. My stepfather was a biker. My uncles were all in and out of jail. My mother was not in the picture. She gave up her rights for me to my stepfather and went on to abuse substances and life in the streets. I was not related to him, and it was clear I was there for the benefits, food stamps, whatever else he can get for free through the government. My perception of right and wrong was based on my surroundings and the environment that I found myself in. I have 3 family members alone with almost 100 charges between them. They have either been pardoned or in the process of it. Their history of arrest goes back 40 years. They were nice guys, but clearly not great role models. It took longer than it should for me to realize if I didn't change my course, I would end up like them in jail or another statistic. Ironically, it was my lawyer that told me I should find some better friends, and then I would be the sum of the 5 people closest to me. After taking a look around, that changed my perspective immediately. I moved myself away, sunk myself into my work. I rose to the top of my field. Soon thereafter, I built my own business. I've been on TV shows on the Discovery Channel and other automotive-related content, and am considered one of the best in my field in the country. I bought a home. I got married to a beautiful Christian woman. I learned morals and values. She was an immigrant here on a school visa when I met her, and we went through the citizenship process legally. Today, she is a proud American. Overall, I understand that I've made reckless and irresponsible decisions that could have injured the police, others, and myself. I have never been convicted of a felony. My first arrest was at the age of 17, and my last misdemeanor arrest was 13 years ago, for which I received a conditional discharge. I have overcome the hardships of my life. I have maximized my trade. I know what it is to be in a healthy, loving relationship now. I look forward to building a family and a life with the complete opposite way from which I was raised. Today, I'm a different man, and I hope you consider my application for a full pardon. Thank you for listening, and I'm ready to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any questions?
No questions.
No.
No questions.
Yeah, it's been over 13 years, and you explained that last misdemeanor.
Yeah.
Reach a piece. In the matter of Kenneth Palmary, I'll move to grant an absolute pardon. Mr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Seratus?
Aye.
My vote is aye. The pardon is granted. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay, the next applicant, Stephanie Priestley, we were unable to contact her and she did not sign in today, so we will, I guess we're requesting on the record a one-time continuance.
Okay, in the matter of Stephanie Priestley, I'll move to continue the case to the March docket, and I believe there was OVS input in this case. Mr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Seratus?
Aye.
My vote is aye. We'll continue at one time to the March hearing docket. Thank you.
Okay, and also for the record, the next applicant, Anna Roberts, has retracted her application as she did not want to appear today.
All right, Anna Roberts, well, let's see. Yeah, I think this is our second go around, right? I'll make a motion to dismiss this case. We'll return her application. Mr. Seratus?
Aye.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
My vote is aye. Application's dismissed. Okay.
Okay, next we have Jennifer Rosa, and she is here today.
Continue. Okay.
Okay, please state your name for the record, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Rosa.
Okay, do you have a short statement you would like to read, or would you like the board to proceed with questions?
They can proceed with questions.
All right. Okay, Ms. Rosa, it's been 34 plus years.
34?
The math's probably a little off since your last conviction.
34.
You can't recall
that
the
lady.
latest
Give it
larceny
to
one.
that
You
lady.
received probation for it. But anyhow, that's neither here nor there. You want to be a nurse, which would be great because you'd give back to your community, and you
Give
have
it
been
to her.
involved in some programming for some time now. Is there anything that you'd like to add?
I just like to first and foremost thank you guys. I'm just really proud of myself. This has been a long time coming. My focus has been on my children, raising them so that they don't follow the same footsteps that I have. They're both young adults now, graduated from college, purchased their own home, so they're doing really well. So that has kept me motivated to kind of doing the right thing and staying on track. So
Nice. All right. You've had the same job for 20 years?
21 years this March.
That's great. Okay, board members, any Further
No
questions?
questions from me, Madam Chair.
No
All right.
questions.
In the matter of Jennifer Rosa, I'll move to grant an absolute pardon. Mr. Seratus,
Aye.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Aye.
My vote is aye. The pardon is granted. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you. Have a blessed day.
You too.
That was a quick one.
Now it's
y'all.
time for the other Curtis Latter.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is.
Okay, y'all. Y'all,
There you go,
we're
sir. Please
moving.
state your name.
We're moving, y'all. We're moving over to Connecticut, y'all. We're moving away from Connecticut. We're moving away from Connecticut. We're going on to Utah.
Yes, I am. Okay, offender number 124580. Yes, sir. Okay. Today is set for an original hearing for a couple new cases and a rehearing. So mostly what we're going to be focusing on is what's happened since the last hearing in 2020. I understand we also have some victim representatives that want to speak, and we'll take time for that. You'll have a chance to respond to whatever is said. Okay. But do you have any questions for me before we get started?
Y'all, we are in Utah.
Okay, let's go ahead and get you sworn in. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and be accurate in today's proceeding? Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. You can put your hand down. Did you receive at least 7 days' notice of this hearing? Yeah, I have. Okay, and we disclosed the information that we may be considering
Hold on,
in
Mr.
making a
Liberty,
decision. People call that the blue packet. Did you receive your disclosure? Yes, I did. Okay, did you have a chance to review it? I did. Do you have any questions or concerns about disclosure? No. Is it accurate? Yeah. Okay, all right. So again, just to review your sentence briefly, your sentence is 10 years up to life. Sometimes the paperwork says 206 years, but that's just a number to make the system work. It's up to life. You have a new guideline based on the two new cases. That guideline was 12 months.
I was trying to see if I see the guy, but I don't see
calculating
him.
it in would be finished in June of 2025, so a few months from now. Does that sound correct? Yeah. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and talk about those new cases.
I don't see him.
So case 211600271. So that's possession of contraband inside the facility. I read through the reports on that, the shank. Okay.
Shank.
Tell me what was going on there.
Uh-oh.
We got moved from one area to another, and I just happened to have that in my possession. And they said they seen me flush it down the toilet. Does that mean you didn't flush it down the toilet? Yeah, I did. Okay, all right. And so that shank had been used to assault somebody? No. Not by me. Yeah. Correct. I know it wasn't by you. Okay. But yeah, supposedly they said that it was. Okay. But I don't know because I was inside the cell and they were outside. Okay. And so they slid it under the door for you? Yeah. Okay. What did you expect to do with it? Were you supposed to hang on to it? Nothing really, just grab it. What I did.
Do y'all
Okay.
believe him?
All right. Anything else that you want to say about that? No. Okay. So that was a Class A misdemeanor. The sentence is up to 1 year, and that has actually therefore expired. It would have been done in 2023. But we can still consider it because it's a conviction, it's behavior. All right. So the next case is 241600003, distribution of a controlled substance in a drug-free zone. So that's referring to inside the prison. What happened with that? I had some Suboxone on my person, and they took us to the scanners, and they found it and got charged for it. Okay. And it seems like quite a bit. 37 pieces?
Did you say 37 pieces?
37 pieces?
47?
I think they said that there was only 2 and a bunch of little pieces of paper. They're full strips of Suboxone.
So you're saying only 2 pieces were Suboxone?
And well, they said that they tested all the paper, but
Mhm.
if that's how you guys are classifying it, then yeah, 37 pieces or whatever.
37.
Okay. All right. And that was also a Class A misdemeanor. That one, they ran consecutively, meaning after the life sentence. That's how, when I said there were 206 years, it's the 6th year that's out there. So obviously that doesn't change a life sentence. It's just a mathematical number they put on it. So that sentence wouldn't technically expire until after you passed. Okay. Anything else that you want to tell us about that? Okay. All right. How have you done otherwise in prison since the last hearing?
Pardon me?
How have you done otherwise in prison since the last hearing?
Well, considering I'm stuck in max, there's not much that I'm able to do.
Yeah.
Just recently they allowed us to take 1 class.
Mm-hmm.
Completed that. But other than that, they don't allow us to do much back there.
Yeah, so that was impact of crime?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think of the class?
It was pretty good.
Okay. Is there something you remember from that?
It taught me how to, in a sense, look at things differently because I'm not just victimizing, say, the victims, the people that I've heard. It's also my family, myself, and others, and made me open my eyes to that regardless of what I do, it's going to affect somebody somewhere down the line.
Okay. All right. And I mean, as far as your other classes, this was before the last hearing, but just to acknowledge you had quite a few successful completions. So you did make some good use of your time, and I understand there's not a lot available to you where you are now. And as far as write-ups, we've covered 2 that were criminal cases. How do you think your behavior's been otherwise?
Considering the environment, I think pretty good. We're all pretty respectful towards staff and everybody there, and try not to create any problems for myself.
Okay. All right. And yeah, and so really since those cases, I don't have any other write-ups for you. So that's good. Appreciate that. What do you think about your case action plan? Have you gone over that with your case manager?
What do you mean?
Have you seen your case action plan?
No.
Okay. So pretty much everybody that's here in prison has a case action plan. They do an assessment as part of that, and then they put together some goals, and they're supposed to sit down with you and talk that through and work with you to set some of those goals. Those goals can include classes that you need to take, therapy, things like that. Your number 1 goal was in education, okay, but you said you hadn't seen that. A goal to get out of restrictive housing, and then pro-criminal attitude orientation, which is impact of crime. That was one of the goals. So it seems like they're filling it out for you, but you're saying you haven't sat down and talked about it.
Yeah, we rarely see our caseworkers.
Okay.
Back there.
Okay. There's some other goals on there. One of them is for alcohol and drug. The goal was to get a substance use assessment. Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay. And do you think that's something that you should work on?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you willing to do that?
Yeah. if it's available to me.
Yeah, and I understand there's not a lot available to you. Okay. What's your status with the gang?
I'm active.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and hear from the victim representatives now. I'll need to swear you in if you want to do that. I'll ask you to come to that microphone in the corner, and then we'll put your name on the record. Okay, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and be accurate in today's proceeding?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can put your hand down. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Ramiro Flores. I'm the son of Joel R. Flores.
Okay. What would you like the board to know about this case?
First of all, I just want the board to recognize that, if there's any similarities the evening of the crime, and also what's been going on within the prison walls, I want them to know if they could, look at the original police report from arresting officers, and if there's anything that is similar to any of the behavior here for the offender. And also, I just want the board to know that, coming back here 5 years later, it's really trying on our family. We have 3 members of our family that just cannot be here. My mother, who declined to be here in the same room. And just because our mother is, she's a true miracle to us. She's always relied on us, and we've relied on her. She, over the last 30 years, has been a great mother, grandmother, and she loves all of her children. A daughter-in-law, 2 daughter-in-laws, and I just feel like, that she has not had that benefit of life where she is a grandmother, yes, but she is not a grandparent with my father, where they would have had that experience together. To see grandchildren be raised, and that'll be her lifelong sentence, is that she will never have that. And I just want the board to recognize, if there is a release date, that the offender will probably be able to have access to those type of memories. And to me, that's not fair. And I think that's what I'd like the board to know. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, go ahead and have a seat there. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and be accurate in today's proceeding?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Ricardo Flores. I am son of Joe Flores and Belen Flores.
Okay.
So a couple of things I kind of wanted to
I don't know why they're not showing
start
the
off with
people.
was just mentioned here. My brother had mentioned about
They're only showing the
night
the interviewer
and correlation of what's going on in prison here.
people.
And I find it quite interesting that Molina here has, when you were talking about the shank, and he quite clearly said it, he came across it. That's exactly what he said in the last hearing about the Mac 10, the Mac 11 gun.
Yeah,
that
I
he
can't
used
see the people.
to murder my father. He just came across it. Laura wanted us to go over kind of where we are at now. And I can tell you, I did that a lot in the last hearing. But here today, I want to go over the things that I really want to talk about my father and go what we went through, but he went through. The gravity of this, I think, needs to be known to everybody that's listening or understanding. Molina and an accomplice bursted into a small restaurant where my parents were only visiting family. The following I'm going to provide is a news statement coming from the media. Molina demanded cash while waving a Mac 11 assault pistol. Joe Flores, putting
Okay,
his
I'm gonna
hands
change
in
this
the air.
one. I'm gonna go to another one. I'm going to a guy that you can see.
Compact to Texas then?
Yes, that's where my home is. I have a vehicle out there and all my stuff's out there.
Okay. And are you familiar with the compact process? Have you talked to your case manager about that at all?
Yes, ma'am. And I went through it when I got out of county jail. So I know it's like a 45-day process. I think it's the same thing you were saying.
It is, yeah. Yep, it's exactly the same. So just make sure that once you have the board decision, it will have a release date if one's given to you, and you'll want to get that to the compact people as soon as possible, because you just don't want to be held up between states. You want to make sure that you're finalized and you're good to go before leaving state's custody. So that way you're not all of a sudden stuck in Utah wondering what to do for a month or so.
Yes, ma'am.
So walk me through, your support system. So it seems like your friends have been a huge influence. So who's your support system that's going to keep you on track?
My mom and my girlfriend. My girlfriend, I got really close to losing her. I've been with her for the last 4.5 years. I got really close to losing her during this time, just because it's hard to do long distance. And then I'm in prison. She doesn't like this. She never wanted to have a man in prison. So she's really there for me. Her dad taught me a lot. Her stepfather, I worked construction with him. I did carpentry, and he's taught me a lot of work ethic. So I know her family is a huge support system. And then the biggest support, though, in my life, the biggest is my mother. She's 65 years old. She has a lot of wisdom, and she's never been in trouble with the law. So she doesn't like this. She's very upset with me, and it scares me because she had me when she was older. So I want to be able to spend the last couple of years with my mom. I know she doesn't have so many, because, normal life expectancy is 75, 80. So I just want to make her proud. That's the biggest thing with my support system. It deals with me too, because I want to make her proud. I want to do something and show her that I'm better than this. I'm not a statistic, and I'm not going to be an inmate or a convict. People like to brag, oh, I'm a convict, not an inmate. I don't want to be neither.
So you don't want to be a convict. You want to put this behind you and just have a good, solid life ahead of you. I do want to note that you do not have any disciplinary violations. You've had really good behavior while you're in custody. That is huge. We know that the prison system's drama. We know that there is, all sorts of issues going on, gangs, drugs, all of that. You've been able to hold yourself to a good standard of conduct. So thank you for that. That is something that's not lost on the board. And it is something that we continue to monitor. So, keep up the good work with that. I think you've done, a great job participating in all the programming that you possibly can. And thank you for letting me know the update on your federal case so I can make sure that the board is aware of that. Do you have, one of the things that I just wanted to ask you quickly is you had a substance use assessment and it has you in need of some intensive outpatient treatment. That's just treatment that's in the community. Do you have that lined up in Texas, or is it something that your family is aware of agencies that you can look into once you get there?
I can have my mom look it up and figure it out. She'll be more than willing. And
okay.
I'll really probably have my girlfriend do it. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'll have my girlfriend do it because my mom's not good with this. She tried to join this meeting, and I know she didn't figure it out because she's not here.
It's hard, it's hard. And there's a little bit of delay. And so I know we talk over each other at some time just because of how I hear the hearings too. So don't even worry about that. And it's not mandatory for you to have something lined up. I was just curious if you had already looked into it. So it's not something that's held against you. Those are my questions. Is there anything else that you would like the board to take into consideration?
When I got the blue packet back, he didn't mark that I finished these programs, but I finished them after I got the blue packet back because it says that I was in between them. So they've been finished. I have the certification for the CBT life skills, the conflict awareness one right here.
Perfect.
And then the ideas for better communication, they don't give you a certification, but it goes on my old track. So I'm pretty sure you guys can see it. And one more thing, I try to get into CBT life skills because you guys wanted me to participate in it. You guys didn't say like it was mandatory or anything. You just wanted me to participate. It said on the paper. He said it's a super long wait. So I just did this one on the tablet and I made sure it was finished.
Yep, and that's perfect. We send you out, we call it smart scheduling to try to get you the opportunity to participate in programming. It's kind of our way of pushing you into programming, because if not, then the programming department just kind of puts you on the tail end. And so we try to make sure that we open up opportunities for people to get into some of the classes that are harder to get into. So thank you for doing that. Is there any other questions that you have?
No, just the only thing was to try to get me pushed into federal custody if we can, and that was really it.
Okay, perfect. No, thank you for that information. So just so you're aware, since this is your first time in custody, you have no clue how this process works. So as the hearing officer, I don't make any of the release decisions. It's my responsibility to write a huge report based on what's in that blue disclosure packet and what we discussed today. I then submit that to our board. Our board is 5 members that have been appointed by the governor of Utah. And so all of our decisions require a majority vote. So at least 3 of those 5 board members have to come to the same conclusion before your decision is finalized. Because of that, it typically takes about 2 to 4 weeks before a decision is made. But as soon as they do finalize that decision, they'll send you out a letter through inmate mail that outlines everything. So a parole date if it's given, and all of your parole conditions, if there's further programming that they want you to participate in, and all of that. But more than likely, you expect that you're going to be released to your federal detainer. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time and effort being here today and speaking with me, and I'll go ahead and conclude your hearing.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. You have a beautiful day.
Thank you. You too. Thank you.
I wonder why they're not saying anything. CMT and Stephanie is here. I watched the chat dance. I'm super tired. Into work. Muted dance the afternoon away. If you need a leg stretch. I need a leg stretch. All right, let's do the birthday thing while we wait on them. Happy birthday, February babies. Let's do the birthday thing right now. So while we wait on them to get started. And if they get started, I'll just stop it.
February babies are extra special because they bring even more light to this time of year. Happy birthday to February babies who make the winter months a little brighter.
Place that for parole violation Mr. Robert Lado.
Sorry, y'all.
Number 12498. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Lovato. My name is Robert Samuels. I'm a hearing officer at the Board of Pardons. You'll be providing me a testimony today, so I'll need to place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Fantastic. Did you get at least 7 days prior notice of this hearing? Did you get a blue pack and have time to go over it?
Yes.
Was there anything wrong in that information, or can we move forward?
We can move forward.
Okay. So we've got a new case, a new conviction that we need to talk about. Plus, there's some allegations from APP that we need to take pleas on. Let's do that first, and then we can move on and talk about the new case. And I'd like to spend the majority of the time, if it's okay with you, talking about how you're doing now and what your plans are for the future, okay?
Hey.
Perfect. I'm going to go through each allegation with you individually, and then you can enter a plea. It can be a plea of an admission, a denial, or a plea of no contest. Be advised that the board treats a plea of no contest the same as a guilty, and it only counts towards revocation. It's not a criminal hearing. All right?
Okay.
Perfect. Allegation number one, by having failed to report to adult probation and parole on the day released from prison, the report is directed, absconded, parole, or left the state of Utah or any other state to which transferred without written permission from AT&P on or around 12/5/2023. How do you?
I can't even understand what he's saying.
Guilty.
Okay. In reference to case 231-903-352, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, use of possession of drug paraphernalia on or around 12/12/2023, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Number three, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, driving on a denied license, or by having associated with the person involved in criminal activity on or around 12/12/2023, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Number four, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, unsafe emergence from the alley driveway, by having associated with the person involved in criminal activity on or around 12/12/2023, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Number five, by having used methamphetamine on or around 12/12/2023, how do you plead?
Guilty.
And number six, by having purchased, possessed, owned, used, or had in control any explosive, firearm, ammunition, or dangerous weapon to include archery equipment or crossbows on or around 12/12/23, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Okay, based off of admissions to all allegations, all reaffirm that your parole dated 5/23/2023 has been revoked. Now let's kind of move on. In regards to case 231-903-532, you were found guilty of one count of possession of a dangerous weapon by a restricted person, a Class A misdemeanor. On December 12/2023, a parole officer for Ogden City Police Department observed the driver of a Dodge Dart vehicle with a temporary tag committed traffic violation. The officer initiated traffic stop and made contact with the driver who was identified as you. Mr. Lovato informed the officer that he did not have a valid license and was on parole. An assisting officer conducted a search of the vehicle. Between the front passenger seat and the center console, a gray twisted plastic bag was found. The white crystal-like residue was observed in the interior of the bag, and the bag appeared partially burnt. The residue Nick tested positive for the presence of methamphetamines. Also found in the front passenger area of the vehicle was a black taser. Mr. Lovato admitted he had used methamphetamine that day. He denied knowledge of the bag and claimed someone must have left it in the vehicle. Regarding the taser, Mr. Lovato explained that it did not belong to him and that someone had left it in the vehicle a few weeks prior. So did you know that the taser was in the vehicle and you just didn't get rid of it?
Well, it was in the bag. One of my friend's girls, she left it in her bag and they found it in her bag. But I take responsibility for it because it was my car. Whatever's in my car, it's my responsibility. So I pleaded guilty, did my year for it, you know. I don't want to blame somebody else. If it's in my car, it's mine, you know. There's no excuses.
Okay. Perfect. All right. So you're hoping to get termination so you can relocate to Texas to be with your grandchildren, is that right?
I would like to, if it pleases the court, all I gotta do is go to Ogden and call my sister and ask if I could transfer my mail to her house, you know, and then I can make up to my daughter and my grandkids once I'm there. Because I'm through with this. I had enough. I'm too old for this, and I want to go spend time with my family before my time comes up. You know what I mean? Because I'm getting old already.
I do understand what you're saying. It looks like your expiration's coming up at the end of September.
Yeah.
I'm leaning towards splitting the time between now and September for my recommendation. The board's not bound by that, so it'll be ultimately up to them. But I would like to see you leave Utah and relocate to Texas and to be able to be with your family. So that's.
But you know, if that doesn't work out, at least go to a halfway house so I can stabilize and for when September comes, I can do a little bit of programming while I'm there, you know, and maybe get do what I got to do. If they don't give me a termination, do what I got to do, stabilize. And that way, by the time September comes, I'll have my house and everything ready, my job. Because I had enough.
Right. I understand that. You're an older number too, so you've been in the
Yeah.
system for quite a while.
Yeah, I'm through with this. This is for the youngsters. They didn't really open my eyes till now, you know what I mean? I'm done. And if I have to, I'll go to Texas and just live the rest of my years over there.
Yeah. Well, worst case scenario, you'll get there at the end of September, beginning of October.
So, you know, I would like to go to the halfway house to stabilize, you know, get a place. That way I know I'm ready, get my social security and my disability going, you know.
You've had a lot of success in programming.
Yeah, I finished the halfway house last time I was there. I got 1 dirty out of 9 tries, you know what I mean? And I finished all the aftercare and all that, so I know what I got to do. And it was a mistake that I did, but that another person in my house and I just you know, got the urge and that was it, you know what I mean? And then after that I quit, but I was in my car and I should have I should have checked my car out instead of just not paying attention to things.
Is it meth that you like to use?
I did, yeah, I did. I'm not gonna lie, you know what I mean?
Yep.
But I'm through with all that stuff. I'm too old for all that now. But I like to go stabilize if I can.
Okay. How do you control your behaviors?
My behaviors?
Yes.
I go to classes and I go to AA and then I breathe and then I sit back and say that what I did wrong with myself and I know that I did wrong and I know I'm gonna do wrong before I do it, you know what I mean? But that's a little thing that I always had all my life, you know, but I've been when I was out, I was working good. I was going to classes, got a job. And then plus I was working all the time I was out there, but I got hurt. You know, I was in workman's comp when they picked me up. So I want to get out and start getting that back going. You know, and just get my place and had enough. And then after I stabilized, then maybe I can make up with my daughter and then go to Texas. You know, whatever the board thinks they think I can, you know, can do. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do. When did you start using meth?
I used it when I was started when I was like 37, 38, when I was older already. But I was doing good. I only got 1 dirty out of the for 5, 6 months I was out, you know. I just relapsed and I should have got my license. I was going for my license. Actually, tell you the truth, I studied I was studying the driver license book. My car had insurance and everything already, you know. So I was trying to follow the law. But I believe I did a lot of time already, you know. I believe that let this old man out and let me start a new life, you know?
Yeah, you have done a lot of time. You've been in and out of the system for quite a bit.
Yes, I have. And it's over with.
Okay.
You know, I said that in the past before, but I never felt it like I feel now, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Really hit me now, you know? Getting too old. I don't want to die in prison, you know?
Well, that's not the optimal way to go.
Yeah,
And that would just hurt your family.
yeah. And it's all my fault. I can't blame it on them. It was all me, you know?
Well, we'll see what's going on.
Anyway, if it was me, I'd like to go, if I can, go to Texas, spend the summer with my daughter, my grandkids. They probably wouldn't accept me right away, but my sister helped me get it into that with them, you know? They'll accept me little by little, you know?
Hey, X members. I
Yes.
see it's a whole bunch of you guys out there. Thank you, X. Because my YouTubers are not here, but X, I see you guys. Over 100 and something of you guys in here. Shout out to the X folks. They're watching from X.
What have you been working on to change?
I've been going to the special classes here in prison and just working my mind with them, working and keeping my mind clean, staying out of trouble. Refusing anything that people try to give me here, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Because I've already had enough. I don't want nothing to do with that stuff no more, garbage, no matter what it is. I just take my high blood pressure pills and, you know, I'm a diabetic too, so, you know.
All right, they said that
my days are in. My
said
days are
the Rocky
dawning,
show is coming on.
Right. You know,
Hold on a second.
and I want to be
Rocky.
my family before it's too late. Well, at least try to make up with him.
I really don't.
best I
I'm not
can,
interested
you know.
in Rocky, but
I'm
since
not saying that
everybody's
they're gonna accept me right
interested in
away,
it,
but I'll work at it if they see that I can get help
I'm not
over there too, because I'll be on
I'll go ahead on
disability
go
and
on to it.
I have insurance and everything. Well, I can go get some aftercare. I'm there with them, whatever, you know. Try to do something different.
So what will happen next is I will get my report and recommendation to the board by the end of the day on Thursday. The board is a 5-person panel and it takes 3 board members to be in agreement. It's been taking them between 2 and 3 weeks to get decisions out in the mail. So I'd expect to see it probably around
They're
3
on the
weeks.
break right now for Rocky.
What would your recommendation be like? Can I ask?
I'm leaning towards a termination, an earlier termination than your expiration. You know, again, they take my recommendation under advisement, but they do their own thing. So they could agree with me or they might
Hold on.
not agree
I'll
with
switch
me.
over.
Yes, John. Do you agree with what he has said, Tessa? You understand that you have a right to get on the stand and give your side of the case. You understand and accept that?
I do understand.
Also, you have a right under the Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution not to testify. You cannot be compelled to testify. It's totally your decision to either get on the stand or waive your right to testify and not testify. You understand that?
I understand.
Okay, which right do you wish to take advantage of? The one to testify or the one to not testify?
I want my right to not testify.
Right. All right, so do you in fact waive your right to testify in this case?
I do in fact, Your Honor.
Counsel Jordan.
Yes.
I believe that Mr. Mayor's waiver is knowingly free and voluntary. I accept it. All right, let's have the jury come in. They'll be told there may be a witness at 1:30. In the interim, the defense, you can ask for your exhibits to be admitted. I understand there's going to be no objection. The people have one additional exhibit. That will be moved in. Then I want to give the jury a 45-minute break. In that period of time, we will discuss the jury instructions informally. after which we will come out and formalize them on the record. After that, I will read the jury instructions to the jury. At some point, if the jury instructions go beyond 1:30, I'll stop reading the jury instructions, so the remaining witness, if he testifies, we can take him out of order, and then I will resume the jury instructions. And that will be all for the day. Summations will be on Thursday. Is that the understanding?
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sorry, you mentioned another exhibit from people going there.
Yeah, they marked a DVD. It's the DVD from Complex.
Oh. Total something new. That's all.
Yeah, I know I'm late to this trial, and it's like,
All right, let's have the jury.
I'm really, really late to this trial here, so I don't know much about it. I'm just watching it with you guys. He's not going to testify. But as I was saying, I'm really, really late to this trial, and I'm not too enthused in this trial. So I'll probably be on the other side while you guys watch this. I don't know. Let me shut up. Let me just give you my opinion. My opinion, I feel like we're wasting taxpayers' dollars on this case here because I don't see a real true crime here. Just my opinion, y'all. Just my opinion. Just my opinion.
Our jurors have returned. All parties and counsel are present. I understand that Mr. Tacopina, that there are no additional witnesses to be called by the defense.
The judge got junkie desk.
All right, that would be A through EE. Any objection to A through EE? No, Your Honor. A through EE are admitted for the jury's consideration. There is one remaining exhibit that the people marked, which was number 44.
The people moved people's 44 into evidence as well, Your Honor.
No objection? All right, all of the exhibits are admitted for the jury's consideration. What's going to happen now is, I wasn't sure if we were going to have more witnesses or not. There may be one at 1:30, I don't know. But, so we don't waste a lot of time. We are going to talk about the jury instructions informally in the office. That'll take about half hour, thereabouts. Once we're finished, then we're going to have you come back into the courtroom, and I'm going to read the jury instructions. If there is a witness at 1:30, if I am still reading the jury instructions, I'll stop the jury instructions. The witness will testify. Once the witness is finished, then I'll resume the jury instructions. The jury instructions are going to take me about 35 to 40 minutes to read. For those of you note takers, there's no reason to take notes because each one of you is going to get a package of jury instructions in the jury deliberation room. And as long as I'm talking about jury deliberations, you will not be deliberating in the jury deliberation room on this floor. You will be deliberating in the jury deliberation room in Department 115, which is on the 11th floor. So when you finally begin deliberations, you'll be escorted to the 11th floor into the jury deliberation room. Department 115 is my normal courtroom. So that's where you'll be deliberating. Once you arrive at a verdict, the verdict will be read in here at 102.
You did.
Okay?
You feel the same way? Me too.
All right, so
Yeah.
It's 10:30, actually 10:24. I'd like you all to come back at 11.
Okay, you see this, y'all? You see this?
Outside the courtroom doors at 11, as close to that time as possible. I'll begin reading the jury instructions. So there's no reason I won't be able to finish it before 12. So leave all your materials on your desk. Remember, do not talk about the case. The case is not over. You have not been released to deliberate yet. So keep everything to yourself. All right, we'll see you at about 11. Let's go back. What?
Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
No disrespect intended. Could you, I don't know, that's why I'm asking this question. What happens with the alternates?
Oh, no, that's a very good question. Once the jury begins to deliberate, you and the other 3 alternates, you will not be in the jury deliberation.
Right, I understand.
You will have to be close by, because if we need to summon you, you need to be here in short order. You will only go into the jury deliberation room if one of the jurors has to leave the case. But you will be in the jury box during jury instructions and during summations.
And can I just get a clarification for what you mean by close by? Are we allowed to go home?
No. You can be, I would want you to be able to be here in 5 minutes. You can be in the hallway, you can be in the jury assembly room, you can be in the cafeteria. But if we need you, we need you quickly.
Okay.
All right, then we'll see everybody at 11. Come on back. Let's go back.
Okay, we're gonna stop this. We're gonna go over there to parole. All right, we're back to parole in Utah because
You had 3 rim sanctions, but they were back in 2022 for substance use. 2 for substance use.
1:30
and 1
their
for
time
committing
is 3:30 my time.
violated court order. False evidence is entitled of registration. So that's all been dealt with. You were given
1:30 their time,
increased
California
reporting
time.
and a revocation by the court. So since then, you've been in no trouble at all. So that looks very good. So you've been in the system since 1999, so you do have an older number too.
Correct.
Can I ask, and it's not meant to be anything more than just a question, are you getting, because you've gotten older now, are you getting ready to kind of move on from all of this, or are you still kind of just not sure?
No, I've been trying it when I was out there. I was 2 months from getting early termination request by APP when I got when they switched me to a new parole officer. Other than that, if I would have had the same parole officer, if I would have never got a biggie, I probably would have been off paper. I haven't caught any felonies in so long. Just minor practice, like insurance ticket, guy on a suspended license, but no felony.
He's basically asking him, are you gonna get older now and stop playing these criminal games? That's what he's asking him.
So you're ready to be done with this life?
Yeah, I'm really ready. My family is more important than being here and getting in trouble and all that stuff.
Okay. I read that you attempted suicide by hanging back in 2016. How are you doing now?
I'm doing good, sir.
Their parole questionnaire is
Are
very.
you still taking Seroquel?
No, they changed me to Zyprexa
Okay.
a few weeks ago, but haven't been taking it because I'm trying to be able to function without medication.
Okay.
I'm not hearing voices or seeing things or anything like that.
Hearing voices.
I'm in a section where we're out all day, and if I take this medication, then I won't be able to get up to do my programs and stuff. So that's why I haven't taken it.
Have you been staying in contact with your therapist?
I have, and
Okay.
updated the doctor as well.
Mm-hmm. Good. I wanted to add that I'm glad you weren't successful on what you attempted before. I understand that mental health can be very challenging, especially if you're hearing voices and having really bad anxiety. But as a person to person, I'm glad you're still here. How's your physical health doing?
I just got blood test work done, and I'm pre-diabetic, so I take metformin now.
So are you still in the modified monitored program, or do you have like an SL4 or?
My SL4.
Okay. That would make sense as to why you're in orange, not because of disciplinary, but for safety.
Yeah.
Was that a really tough decision to leave the gang and just kind of move on?
Yeah, it was, yes, because I've been in it since I was like 11 years old, and then I dropped out of it in 2009, and it did all my time for being in the gang. That's how I committed my crimes back then, and ever since I've been out of it, I've been doing good out there on parole. I just had a minor setback.
Right. A long time ago, I was a correctional officer, and I fished in the gang unit. So in my own way, I understand what a really tough decision that is. And it's also a very dangerous decision. So I've got a lot of respect for you in that.
Thank you. That's crazy because I was going to ask you that question. Weren't you a correctional officer before?
It was.
Yeah, we have run into the past.
Oh, okay. Well, I hope I was decent to you.
Yeah, but then I did a complete 360 to turn my life around and stuff.
For you. Your family needs you, so that's good. Will you talk to me for a minute or two about your substance use? What do you struggle with? And when did you start using and how you're doing now?
I started using at a young age, and then I got incarcerated, got out, got away from it for a long time. Then when I got evicted, started getting stressed out. and trying to find places to go to live, like hotels and all that. I decided to relapse instead of getting help. But I'm not craving anything or thinking about getting out and relapsing. My main focus is to get out and get a job and take care of my mom as the best I can, because she's 70 years old and she has an aneurysm. And my main goal is to get out there and get my priorities right back in the whatever classes I got to take and all that, and find a job that I can keep.
What was your triggers in the past?
Bad environment, not gang wise, but drug related people. Just hanging around the wrong people that are getting high.
Got it. What did you like to use?
What happened?
I'm sorry. What did you like to use?
I was using methamphetamine.
Okay. I'm glad to hear that you're kind of tapering off of that. That's a life destroyer. I mean, it's
Messes up relationships and everything with your family, your significant other and stuff like that.
okay. When you get out, what is the biggest thing you need to change?
People who are associated with. Right now, I'm not associating with nobody that's using drugs or anything. My main goal is to get my priority straight instead of jumping into relationships or hanging around people with bad people. Just going to work and my classes and hanging out with my family. And hoping one day to help to talk to others, like younger kids, not to get caught up in gangs or drugs or this kind of lifestyle.
Okay, I think that's everything that I have. Is there any questions I can answer for you?
Where do you think? Is there a possibility are we getting out soon or to that program or anything like that? You might think.
Let's see what we got. So your guideline is September 25th of 2025. I won't recommend anything above that.
Okay.
So I'll probably stay around guideline, but there's no reason to go above that. You're doing well. You've been programming. You made some huge changes in your life. Very positive. Tough decisions, and I got a lot of respect for that. So that's what I'm looking at.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Is there anything else I can help you with today, sir? I appreciate your time. Thank you for speaking with me.
You have a good day.
You too.
All right. They're bringing somebody else up out there. Let's bring in somebody else. Hey, Damien. What up? What up? Look at them with their orange outfit on. They're walking down the hall. My arms are cold. I'm cold, y'all. All right. There he coming in. Look at the guy's tattoo on his hand. Is that an eagle on his hand or a spider? You're muted, sir. We don't hear you.
I'm going to place set for a rescission hearing for Mr. Johnny Paul Hernandez, offender number 29301. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Hello, Mr. Hernandez. My name is Robert Samuels, and I'm a hearing officer for the Board of Pardons. You'll be providing me a testimony today, so I'll need to place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Hernandez, did you get at least 7 days prior notice of this hearing? Did you get a pack and have time to go over it?
Yes, I did, sir.
Was there any questions, anything wrong in that information before we move forward?
No.
Okay. So this is a rescission hearing. Back on April 1st, 2024, you were given a parole date of 5/6/2025 with the expectation of completing substance use treatment by that date. On 12/20/24, the board rescinded your parole date due to information being provided that you weren't going to be able to complete your contingency by the due date. Can you tell me what's going on?
Yes. So I have a SL4 where I'm not able to go out and do substance abuse here because years ago that when I was active in that, I had been stabbed out there, and I didn't want to take no chances going out there and get stabbed again. I've done all kinds of programs, so the sits back here on the tablet, the section.
That speaker's terrible. Audio's terrible.
Yeah, I've done a lot of programming back here.
Mm-hmm.
I set up a substance abuse treatment through Weaver Recovery, which is an inpatient one, anywhere between 3 to 6 months. And they've already agreed to accept me. The caseworker just got an email from them saying that they accepted me as well.
I was typing. What was the program again?
It's called Weaver Recovery.
Yes, I know them.
Yeah, they've accepted me already. They have a bed available, they said, next month for me. And the reason why I would like to do Weaver Recovery, can I explain this to you, please? Okay, the reason why I would like to do Weaver Recovery is because every time I go to the halfway house, I always take a step back. There's a lot of drugs there. I don't want to be around the drugs. And with the recovery, I'm able to focus on me being away from all the gang, all the acquaintances and drugs. I'm away from all that, and I'm able to focus on me and the program. I'm already 61 years old. I can't keep coming back here anymore. I'm tired.
Right.
You know? And I think that would be the best bet for me. And that's where I see it help being able to successfully complete it.
Why are you muted?
Do you think also that going to Weber will allow you to stay away from the other gang members in the community correctional center?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Like I said, every time I go to the CCC, it never fails. That's my downfall. And like I even told my family, I said, that's always my downfall. this way, when we, like I said, when we will recover, I'm able to focus on me. I'm away from all that. You know, they have no tolerance, so, there.
Okay.
Once I graduate from there.
Yeah, what will you do?
In a sober living. Well, I'm gonna go to rehab first and foremost. I'm gonna get some training done. I've been on Social Security now, but that's another downfall for me too, because I have a lot of free time on my hand. This way, if I go to rehab and I get my CDL or forklift license, then I'm able to have that free time, that void filled, you know, and I'm not just running around doing nothing.
You got some really good plans in place.
Thank you. See, this is the first time I have, you know, can't do it anymore.
I agree. You're not that much older than I am.
I can't hear.
I'm sorry. I agree with you. You're not that much older than I am. And you need to be done with the system. It's not giving you anything. It's keeping you away from your loved ones and keeping you from living a good life, and you deserve that.
Yeah, thank you.
But yeah, so you need to make the choices, and it sounds like you're putting yourself in a position to do that. So I applaud you for that. Is there anything else you want to talk about?
Just that, you know, I got to successfully complete this because I mean, I did close to 21 years the first time, and I've lost out on so much, you know, my family. I lost my mom here a couple years ago, and I got grandkids out there that I can't even see it, and it's no fault of nobody else's but my own. You know, if I would have got off my butt, did my parole, and got off this drug habit, and that, you know, quit feeling sorry for myself, and made plans and that, then I probably would have been off parole already. I just, like I said, I got to do it this time. You know? I explained it to Weaver too when we were recovering that. But like I said, there was you know, they have to be available, like I said, next month, you know, at the end of next month. And, I would just like to go there and focus, maybe get involved with the classes there and the people there.
How is your mental health doing?
It's fine. Yeah, my mental health's good. You know, I think my mental health basically goes off the whack now when I'm out there using drugs. You know.
How's your physical health doing?
It's doing good. I've had back problems and that, but I've been exercising and doing stretching and that, where I've been feeling a lot better the last couple of months than I ever have.
Okay. And last question. What drug or drugs did you like to use, and when did you start using?
Well, I started using heroin, and I was using drugs before I came back years ago. When I came back here to prison, though, in about 99, and that is when I started using drugs heavily here in prison.
Okay.
When I got out, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just saying, when I got out, I took that habit out there with me. When I first got out, I was clean for 2 years. So I know I can do it.
Okay. You have anything for me, sir?
No, I don't, appreciate the time.
Of course. I appreciate everything that you're going through. I understand that the decisions that you've made to move forward have not been easy and have been dangerous. I will keep that in mind when I'm giving my recommendation to the board. Let me double check real quick. Oh, so your guideline date's coming up at in the middle end of March. I won't recommend over that. So that your guideline date is probably what I'm going to recommend.
Okay.
Yeah. Is there anything else I can help you with today?
No. Who did you pick for the Super Bowl?
I hoped both teams were going to lose. But I was happy that Philadelphia won. I felt that they were a better team.
I'm sore from doing push-ups.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
I'll talk to you later. Have a good day.
Yes. Who did you have for the Super Bowl? they waiting for? What are they waiting for? Oh, here you come. That take too long to transition over to get the guy. Hey,
Time to place that for an original hearing for Mr. Emmanuel Samuel, offender number 251983. Is that you, sir?
y'all, we're about to go to a court case in a minute, but right now we watching parole.
And I'm a hearing officer here at the Board of Pardons and Parole. You'll be providing the testimony today, so we'll need to place you under oath. You swear and affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be truthful and accurate. Okay, thank you. Did you get at least 7 days prior notice of this hearing? Did you get a blue packet and have time to look at that? Was there anything wrong in that information, or can we move forward?
There's nothing wrong with it.
Okay. So this is the original hearing. There's a couple cases that we need to talk about. I'm going to go over those with you for a couple of minutes, and then I'd like to spend a majority of the time talking about how you're doing now and what your thoughts are about moving forward. Does that sound okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So case 211-905-6391, one count of aggravated assault. You pulled up into a parking lot with some people and you brandished a weapon. You were eventually caught by police and taken into custody. And then in another case, you went into the victim's house, threatened her, and stole her car and a bottle of liquor. Does that sound correct, sir?
Sir, so I was sentenced for going into the garage and taking a vehicle. I made no contact with the victim during that crime, but I did commit the crime. I did take the vehicle. Whether she's talking about another incident or another story, I don't know. But I mean, it's in my paperwork. But I do take full responsibility for taking the vehicle. I don't want to come up and say I'm lying, but she had claimed that there was an incident where at a separate time where I came and done that.
Okay. I don't know if that's the one we're talking about. Is there a time when you went into her house, threatened her, and took her car?
Yeah.
That's probably the one I don't know. I would think that's the one we're talking about. Do you have a case number on the other one?
There's not a case number on that one. That time I came to her house and I took a bottle of alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
And I threatened her and I really regret it. And I don't think she looked for, there's not a case number for that one, but this one, I stole her vehicle. I came to her garage and stole her vehicle. I feel really guilty and ashamed of myself.
You should be. On the other incident where you were in her house, did you end up stealing her car again, or were you just in the house?
No, it's the house.
Okay. So this sounds like an amalgamation of both. So what we'll do is we're just gonna move forward off of that. Since you were charged with taking the vehicle. In both cases, she said that she was physically and emotionally scared of you. How do you feel about that?
I feel really bad about that. Especially seeing how this is my family member. I wouldn't want to be that way, especially to a family member or anybody else.
With the victim in the parking lot, where the gun was pointed at him, did he have a firearm also?
No.
So it was just you with the firearm?
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
So also feel really guilty. So I need to put myself past the situation where I need to stop putting everything in my hands and stop acting like I own the world. If it's my world, and I have to learn how to be civilized and be a member of the community. Instead of running around and thinking I own the world. I also feel bad for the victim. Also feel bad for crazy that was involved during that day, for anything that happened, for anything that made anybody that was there feel uncomfortable or scared.
Mm-hmm. How old are you?
I'm going to be 22 this year, and when that happened, I think I was 18. I was probably did that.
Okay. So you've been in prison for a little while.
Yeah.
If you're paroled, what are the chances of you kind of moving forward with your life and not having to come back here again? Do you want to change your lifestyle and how you think, or?
Yeah.
Because you have the opportunity to do that, to move on and have a life still because you're very young, or you can keep making really terrible choices and just have prison be your life.
I really want to change. I really want to take, any programs offered to me and help offered to me. I would like to do that. I would like to become a effective member of the community, really, get my priorities straight. Become a man. Hard-working man.
How are you going to do that?
I would like to answer the so while incarcerated, I would like to fully participate and complete all programs on CAP for my plans for release. If I'm out of parole, I would like to follow the board recommendations, maintain employment, and a healthy, drug-free lifestyle.
What were you using as far as drugs go?
I was occasionally meth, weed, and alcohol.
Do you feel like you have a full-on addiction, or are you still young enough to beat this?
I feel like I'm young enough to beat it. I haven't tested much for meth, except for one time, I think, where I admitted to, where I tested positive on probation. The others mostly have been either weed or alcohol. But I just like to actually beat this addiction with the right help and the right programming. I feel like it's very possible.
Have you found any outpatient or inpatient treatments that you're interested in going to if paroled?
I've done Cornerstone Outpatient. That was a great program for me. I completed it.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to possibly do that again. That'd be good for me to keep me busy and sober. also realized, excuse me, but I was almost very soon after I had graduated from that class is when I started getting in trouble. So I feel like a lot of my family members tell me that I just need to have more structure. You know, when I don't have structure, that's when like a lot of my problems come. You know. Structure plus work, I think would be really a good improvement for me.
When did you start using?
18.
Was it more of a party sort of thing, or how'd you get started?
I started occasionally doing Molly, and then that, that wasn't really working for me anymore. Plus, it was hard to find. So then I met somebody in meth, and he started doing meth like the whole summer. And then I just got tired of this. I stopped doing it, and I moved on to alcohol. You know, I feel like the meth usage that I used kind of really impacted me really badly. And I did learn some good things in VOA for teaching errors and stuff like that. But this is kind of stuff that's kind of like, how can I really retain this information after I graduate from that program? That's what I'm trying to really focus on and work on. How I can retain all the things I've learned when I've been into my life daily.
How do you control yourself?
I'm a very impulsive person. I really, I always want to have fun. I put my fun ahead of my work. So, but now being in here, it's kind of just because coming from county, I kind of brushed county off. After the first time, it was kind of hard. But then after that, when I kept going back, kind of brushed off. But now that I'm in prison, it has changed the circumstances, considering like the people I'm around, the environment I'm in. Now I really have to better myself if I want to get out of this situation. Else I'll be stuck here.
How's your mental health doing?
That's always doing better.
Tell me a little bit more about that.
I realized one key thing that I wasn't really getting
Okay, y'all.
was a lot of exercise and
I'll move
workout.
over.
When I kind of started doing that here and reading books, it kind of helps. It really helps not being, glued to my phone all day and eating a lot of junk food and not working out and staying inside. I get a good amount of sleep. That helps out.
He gets a good amount of sleep, he said. Hey guys, I am starting.
They're all good recipes for having good mental health.
Yeah, I told you I'm starting my workout thing, right? So I got on my sweat vest on, And so I'm going to put on my waistline thing now. And I'm having my salad for lunch. See? Salad.
What are your release plans?
I would like to find an outpatient program. I'd like to find employment. I like to have a good, healthy lifestyle, you know, and to get enough sleep every night.
Where do you plan on living?
All with my family, my father, mother, and my 2 younger brothers.
Where do they live?
4125 South Market Road.
You give them the whole address.
In Taylorsville? Okay. Have you had a job before?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
What kind of skills do you have?
I think I'm going to go.
I was working
trial.
for Jet Blue. I was doing oil changes for a bit and washing windows. That was my most recent job. I had that for the end of 2020 TV.
That's right. I remember now. You said that you had one of those movies.
I'm sorry, I couldn't really hear you. He was cutting
I
out.
said, I remember that now because you'd written that you didn't want to wash windows.
Yeah.
That's understandable. Do you have any ideas where you might want to work, or are you just gonna figure it out once you're released?
I mean, I want to try Caesars or any other, you know, car shop. That worked out. Caesars that worked out for me for a little bit.
I was waiting on it to start it yet.
If I had the money to go to school, I'd go to school, but I find out to be honest. Let me try it, but
You should look into that. It can put you in for vocational education program that will help you with maybe get into voc rehab and get some skills and some education for you, so you can kind of go out and do something that you like and make a decent living out of it.
would I be able to do that on the outside?
Yes.
Got it.
He's pretty boring.
Okay. You've answered all my questions. Do you have anything for me? Okay, what's going to happen next is I will get my report and recommendation to the board by the end of the day on Thursday. The board's a 5-person panel and it takes 3 board members to be in agreement for them to have a decision. They are not bound by my recommendation, but they take it under advisement. It's been taking them between 2 and 3 weeks to get decisions out, and you will get that through inmate mail.
Is there any way you can find my recommendation today, or am I gonna have to wait?
I'm sorry, there's some feedback.
Is there any way you can tell me my recommendation today, or am I gonna have to wait?
You're going to need to wait because I don't know what they're going to decide. Okay. I wish you the absolute very best. I think you're at a pivotal time in your life where the decisions that you make are going to affect you for a long time, either good or bad. So please be careful in the choices that you make. Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and conclude.
Hey, Samuel, on this next one.
Yeah.
Selena, is she gonna be doing a statement? Do you know of?
Who?
I have a Selena Goulet on here. It says she's a victim of the next one coming up on Kane County.
Uh-oh.
I just seen the one.
Yes, she's a registered victim, so if she wants to speak, she definitely can.
Okay, I'm gonna let her in first. Do you want to talk to her for a second for the Kane County guy in?
I can't really speak to her though until we're on record. But I can give her instructions, but I can just do that after we're on record.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'll let them both in here.
Okay, perfect.
Uh-oh.
Is she in person?
Uh-oh. This is his victim. So this is his victim coming up. I have to go out and come back in, y'all. I have to leave and come back in because my thing is frozen. Yeah, I gotta leave and come back in. Uh-oh, they got a victim.
I'm quite set for the legal hearing from Mr. Is it Allered?
Yes, Joseph Allered.
Perfect. Mr. Joseph Allered, defendant number 82352. Is that you, sir?
Okay, I can barely, you're cutting out. Say that all over again. I apologize.
No, you're fine. Are you Joseph Allered, defendant number 82352?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Robert Samuels, and I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and
How are you
Parole.
doing, Robert? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm doing fine, thank you. Mr. Allered, I need to place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Allered, did you get at least 7 days prior notice of this hearing? Did you get a blue packet and have time to go over that?
I did, and I read it all. The only thing that was missing out of the blue packet was letters of support. Other than that, it was, I got it all.
Let me double check and see what I've got here.
Okay. I put that into the caseworker about 3 days ago. Because it didn't click right away when I read the whole blue packet until later on. I was talking to my daughter and she asked if it was in there, and I told her it wasn't.
So I've got a letter of support from your daughter.
Thank you very much.
And there's other correspondence in here too from 2024, 2023, 2022, and 2021.
Well, that's great.
Okay. Okay, so we have a victim here today who's gonna speak.
Okay.
Probably midway through the hearing. What I would like to happen is for you to just remain quiet, even if she says something that you don't agree with. This isn't meant to be a two-way conversation. After she is done speaking, you will be given the opportunity to respond to that if you choose to, okay?
I choose to. Thank you.
Thank you.
He say I choose to already.
Okay, we're here to speak about case 181-903-147, one count of aggravated sexual abuse of a child, a first-degree felony.
Oh, wow.
You were charged with 3 counts of rape of a child. All 3 were
Wow.
first-degree felonies, but they were dismissed with prejudice, and sodomy of a child, a first-degree felony, which was
Wow.
also dismissed with prejudice.
Right.
Okay, so the victim reported that while residing with her stepfather, you, and the defendant in this case molested her from the age of 5 until she was 16 years of age.
Wow.
Approximately January of 2003 to December of 2012. She reported the incidents occurred in multiple locations in Salt Lake County where her mother and you have lived. The victim reported the first time she was sexually assaulted by you. You put your fingers inside of her vagina while you were getting off. The defendant removed his clothing and masturbated while he had his fingers inside of her vagina.
Wow.
Until the time the victim moved out of the house. The victim also reported the defendant would open the shower curtain and watch her as she showered. When the victim was 12 years old, the defendant pushed her shirt and sports bra up and took her jeans and underwear all the way off. The defendant pinned her arms down, forced her legs apart, and rubbed his penis on the outside of her vagina.
What?
The defendant ejaculated on her abdomen of the victim. The mother of the victim was in school as she was home alone with you in the evening, so he would touch her whenever he felt like it.
What?
The victim reported the assault stopped only because she moved out of the house. The victim also reported having moved out of the house because she was contemplating suicide. What do you think about that?
Well, I went through this, and unfortunately, in my court appearances, my lawyer would not let me speak. I felt that was very wrong. I put my faith in him and my life. And the only time I was able to speak about this was when I got my assessment done. I was very happy to actually talk about this, and I am here with you today. And these allegations made were, in my eyes, for their own selfish reasons. Now, every allegation that was made against me by Selena was dismissed, not charged. In one way or another, she had changed out her stories multiple times. So we went to court with 11 allegations.
Wow.
Not one allegation was I convicted on. All of them were dismissed with prejudice by the judge.
With
Or the
prejudice.
prosecutor didn't file them because she changed her stories. The case that I was sentenced on was an allegation made by her mother. An allegation that was 100% false. Because even in the files, now that I see that you're reading off the files, and I hope you read into it a little bit more, because when her mother made the allegation of the crime that I was convicted on, Selena herself told the detective that she does not know what her mother was talking about because that never took place. I never touched her at the kitchen table, which the crime was apparently where it took place. A breast touch above the clothing at the kitchen table. Selena herself testified that that did not happen. And as for the other breast touch, the one you mentioned in the shower, I brought a witness in court. And now this should be in the file exactly in front of you too, if you're reading off the file. I don't know what you're reading off. But like I said, everything I say is 100% truth. Everything I say today, you can look up and find out what that it can be verified. When I brought a witness in to testify that there's no way you can get into that bathroom because it's always in locks. And if she was so scared of me always coming in there and looking, touching and whatever, a person would lock that door, of course. Anyway, so let's just continue with this. She changed her testimony. She recanted her statement on the stand under oath that I never touched her in the shower. after that, this is after she had already said, oh, I come in there, I touched her vagina, I touched her breast, I touched her buttocks. She went from one extreme way to another extreme that I never touched her. So that charge was dismissed or dropped. Can't remember how the prosecutor went about it, but either way, it was gone. The 5 allegations that I went to trial with, 4 of them took 5 days for the jury to deliberate, and they couldn't do it. The judge dismissed them with prejudice. The one I was convicted on, like I said, was not an allegation from the victim herself. It was an allegation from her mother, and it was a false allegation. I know it's hard to say, and I know you guys take this as accountability, remorse, and that's fine. And I understand that this hearing is very important to me. And I am not going to sit here and be battered again after I went through 28 months of this, of these allegations. I feel very remorse for what led to the allegations. I was a very destructive person, verbally abusive, sometimes physical. And I feel that these allegations were made back then for their own selfish reasons, to get out of the relationship, to get me gone. I don't know, to tell you the truth. These are my own personal feelings, okay? Now,
when you said that you were destructive and physically abusive,
verbally, more verbally abusive than physical. Physical is very rarely, but now go ahead, continue with your question.
Were you abusive towards the victim?
Well,
yeah.
Now,
just say yes.
Now, explain what you're saying when you say abusive. Now, are you talking physical? Are you talking physical here?
Sure, I'm not talking sexual.
Oh, no, that I understand. Now, what I'm saying is,
I'm just asking you questions based off of what you just said.
No, and that's understandable. And that's what I wanted. Okay, so there was more verbal abuse than physical. But when I say physical, yes, there was a few times that she like wanted to run out of the house, take off at late hours of the night. So I restrained her from doing that, pushing her back, and her mother was there at all these times, and so that was one incident. Another incident was we took her cell phone from her because she left school. She acted up like some little kid, throwing herself on the ground, shaking her feet, pounding everything. When we finally gave her the phone back, she called the police. The police showed up. She told the police that I had physically strangled her, and that was the main thing. Okay, let's not go into it too much. That I physically strangled her. I wouldn't let her leave the house, which I didn't. She wanted to leave the house because she wanted to go to her grandmother's house because she was all pissed off about this situation. That's what I'm saying about that's physical. Now, I've never physically like just got up one morning, I'm in a bad mood and start smacking her around. That never took place. I love this little girl. I loved her and I loved her mother. This was my family. Okay, I did my best I could to be a good father, a stepfather, a good husband, a provider. Apparently, it wasn't enough in their eyes. Okay, so now to get back to what you said, so there was no physical violence just to do it. None. There was always a purpose for it. And then with this, okay, so anyway, so when the police showed up, she turned around and said this allegation. About 3 to 4 days later, the same police officer came back to do a recheck. I guess this is what they do, okay?
All right,
they
guys,
recheck to make
we're
sure
going to move over. Sorry. I'll move over. Or do y'all want to see? Hold on a second. I want to see what he said.
that statement and that incident. So your question, so to give you a fair answer for your statement about abuse. No, there was never no physical abuse done in purpose. It was always something that provoked it.
Something that was
Do you feel like your actions were realistic to her?
No, I do not. I feel that my actions was probably a little overboard. There's always a better way of handling things. And see, I have been down here for 6 years and 8 months. I've had a lot of time to think about my actions, about how I handled different situations, you know, and I do admit that a lot of the situations I could have handled in a better way, a way better way. I'm dealing with a child here, okay, and a
Right.
teenager.
Are they bringing a police
From a child to a
guy
teenager,
out?
and teenagers.
Arraignment.
I mean, I'm not going to throw everything on her. I'm not going to throw nothing on her. She did what she did, and it was my responsibility to try to correct that,
Hold on,
right or
you gotta
wrong.
Stop it for a second.
Sometimes I did it wrong.
We're doing a bond hearing. It's a bond hearing, y'all, for the Atlanta shooter, school shooter. What's wrong with the mic?
Mr. Hobbs or Mr. Berry? Because I'll be leading off. Judge, we'll get started. We'd like to call Colin Gray. Mr. Gray, you will come up to the witness stand here. Mr. Hobbs, I'll swear you in if you'll raise your right hand to the best of your ability. Mr. Gray, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter pending before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Go ahead and put your hand down. Mr. Gray, would you please introduce yourself to the court and spell your name for the court? My name is Colin Gray, C-O-L-I-N-B-R-A-Y.
Can't even hear him.
And Mr. Gray, just to get some basic information, how old are you? I'm 54. And what's your current marital status? Separated. How, prior to your arrest, where were you living? What county? I was living in Bethlehem, Monroe County. How long had you lived at that address? A little over, coming up on a year. Where did you live previous to that? I lived in Jefferson. And what county is that in? I believe that is Jackson County. Okay. And kind of cut to the chase, how long have you lived in Georgia? My whole life. Do you have family here in Georgia as well? Yes, sir, I do. And who would that be? I have two sisters that live in Georgia. I have 5 children, and I have 4 granddaughters. And when you say in Georgia, are any of those folks living in the metro Atlanta area? Yes, sir, they are. My immediate family, 2 sisters that I just spoke about, they live in the metro area. Okay. And prior to your arrest, were you employed? I was, yes, sir. And what were you employed as? I was a general superintendent at Kevin Price Construction. Okay. And how long did you have that job for? It's coming up on 5 months, 5.5 months. Okay. What about prior to that? Were you employed before that? I was with Van Winkle Construction out of Atlanta. What was your position with them? Project superintendent. And how long did you have that job? A little over a year. Is that what you primarily been doing as an occupation? Yes, sir. I've been doing it for 28 years. And that job, does it require you to travel at all? It does, and that's why I made the move from Van Winkle, was the travel, and I recently come into being a single parent with all 3 of my kids, and travel was just not an option anymore. So
change of jobs, kept me close to home.
Okay. And have you ever been convicted of a felony before?
No, sir.
What about a misdemeanor?
No, sir.
What day, if you can recall, were you arrested?
I was arrested on September 5th,
And have you been in custody this whole time?
the whole time.
And you currently have no bond on any of your charges, is that correct?
What's that?
You currently have no bond on any of your charges.
No, sir.
If you were to be granted a bond by this court, and the court set certain conditions, would you abide by those conditions?
Absolutely.
Would you attend court hearings as ordered by the court?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
And 1 second, Judge.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Gray, I have no further questions. The state probably has a couple questions for you, so just hang tight.
Okay. Prosecution.
You said earlier that you didn't have any prior misdemeanor convictions. Did you have an abandonment of a child in Cobb County in 1998? Is that you?
And that was my understanding at the time. It's been such a long time ago that was overturned because I produced the proper documentation.
At that time, were you living in Cobb County?
I was living in Cobb County.
And then you had a conviction for possession of marijuana in Paulding County in 1999?
In 99, yeah, it's kind of a long time ago. I'm not sure about that.
Were you living in Paulding County at that time?
No, sir, I believe I was living in Cherokee County.
Cherokee County? Okay, so in 98, you were in Cobb County. 99, you were in Cherokee County.
Yes, sir.
I want to take you more immediate time frame. Okay. In 2017, 2018, you lived at 2439 Bear Creek Road in Statham, Georgia. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And at that time, Colt, your son, was enrolled at Statham Elementary School.
That's correct.
That was the 2017, 2018 school year.
Correct.
And then the next school year, 2019, did he transfer to White Sulphur Elementary School in Hall County?
In Hall County, yes, sir.
And y'all lived at 3208 Winterberry Lane, Gainesville? So that was just the very next year.
Yes, sir, we sold our property.
Okay, and then at some point, he ends up at Chattahoochee Elementary School in the 2019, 2020, and that's in Forsyth County?
Correct.
Okay, where were you living at that time?
We had moved up to Lake Lanier, because we were considering building a house up there. So, that was, I need to think, I can't remember the exact address of that, but it was basically on the northern side of Lake Lanier.
Of the coming area?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's three houses and 3 schools in 3 years?
Yes.
Okay. And then in March of 2020, he transfers to Ben Hill Elementary School?
Yeah,
Okay.
correct.
And that was, you lived in at 139 10 Mile Road, Fitzgerald, Georgia?
Yes, sir.
So now we're at a 4th school in 3 years, a 4th residence. And in January of 2022, he transfers, Colt transfers to West Jackson Middle School?
Correct.
Okay. And at that time, did you live at 2975 Rice Creek Drive in Jefferson?
That's right.
Okay. And I have another address for you shortly thereafter of 2983 Rice Creek Drive in Jefferson. Is that mistaken?
Yeah.
Okay. It was just the 2975 Rice Creek Drive, Jefferson. Okay. And then in September of that year, he transfers to Jefferson Middle School. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I believe when we lived in Jefferson, it was just him and I, he did attend the school.
Okay. And you moved at that time to 954 River Mist Circle in Jefferson. Is that correct?
No, in Jefferson, it was the only home that we had in Jefferson was 954 River Mist. That's where he attended, Jefferson Middle School, so that's correct.
Correct, that's what I said. So y'all moved from 2975 Rice Creek Drive to 954 River Mist Circle. And you went from West Jackson Middle School to Jefferson Middle
correct,
School.
yeah, because the first was In Houston, so, sorry.
So 6 places and 6 schools in 5 years.
That's what you have.
Okay. And you owned the 2439 Bear Creek Road in Statham residence, correct?
Correct.
But all the other residences you were just renting?
Yes.
Okay. So while you were at 954 River Mist Circle in Jefferson, a defects case was opened on your family in November of 2022. Is that correct?
I wasn't aware of that.
You don't remember them coming out to your house and interviewing you after November of 2022 into May of 2023?
Defects never interviewed me at that time.
Between November 2022 and May 2023, they never did a home visit and spoke with you at your home in Jefferson?
No, sir.
And at that home visit, they told you on May of 2023.
Judge, we're gonna object this ask and answer. It's been 3 times, he's answered questions 3 times, and now we're getting into hearsay.
Let me ask you a question. In May of 2023, was there a home visit by defect where they told you there would be monthly home visits?
No, sir, not at that location.
Not at that location. What location did you have contact with defects?
I had contact with defects, in my home recent here in Bethlehem. I received a phone call at 10:30 at night from a defects caseworker that gave me instruction to get in my car and come pick up my younger children from Fitzgerald, Georgia, that they were in great danger.
That would have been in June of 2023? Or no? That would have been, you moved to the residence you're talking about there, it was 896 Harrison Mill Road?
Yes.
And that was also a rental?
Yes.
And you signed the lease to move in there on June 23rd of 2023? So this would have been after June 23rd of 2023?
Yes.
And you're saying that you had no contact with defects prior to that?
No, sir.
He must be talking about.
And when you moved, and when did you get the call to go pick up your kids from Fitzgerald?
So, let's see, that must have been, probably I'd say it's about 8 months into that lease. I can't remember exact dates. My wife and I were separated, and it was just Colt and I living at that home and that residence at the time. And we'd been there probably, we signed a 2-year lease. We'd been there for a little over half a year, I'd say.
Okay. Would it have been that fall, 2023?
Coming up on it, yes, sir. I would say it was before Halloween.
And so you went and got the kids and brought them to that location?
Correct. I drove down to Fitzgerald that next morning with no understanding of why I was being brought down there. And they laid out why I was there. And due to a hair follicle test with my ex-wife, and with the danger that they were in, I needed to take the children.
And when you brought the kids up in October of 2023, you did not enroll them in school, did you?
I did, yes, sir. I enrolled Colin Jr. in Austin Road Elementary, and Jenny Green was enrolled in Hannah Morris.
When did you enroll?
I don't know, shortly after they got there. I think it wasn't too long, because I didn't want them to fall behind and whatnot, but I also wanted to give them a little bit of time to process what had happened, and just, let them kind of get settled to their new surroundings.
But you did not enroll Colt in school until the next August, correct?
Yes, sir, that's
Okay,
correct.
so from October to August, he was not in school.
Yeah, he was homeschooling.
He was homeschooling. Were you?
Online, yes. Sir.
Online, were you following that?
Yes, sir, I was.
You signing off on things?
What's that?
Were you like signing off on things?
In the beginning, I was, and he was, he was into it and doing well. And then the more things kind of unfolded with my ex-wife, things kind of escalated on her side of things, and he wasn't as attentive to it as he should have been. So,
How long was he doing the online programs? Was he doing it from that October all the way to the end of the school year?
he was off and on. In the beginning, he was on it, doing what he should have been doing, and as, like I said, as things happened, he kind of slacked off, and the nature of what was being done, said, and escalation wise, I realized it was very hard for him to concentrate as it was for all of us.
Now, this residence is 896 Harrison Mill Road in Wynberg. We already established that that was a rental, correct?
Yes, sir.
So do you still have the ability to go back to that residence if you make a bond?
If I would make a bond, I have a little sister, retired law enforcement, that I'm going to be able to stay with her.
And where does she live?
She lives in Cherokee County.
Just a second, please.
I never thought. Can you read it right? No, you're off. All right, you come down this way. Any additional business? No. Witnesses from the state.
Your Honor, we do have a few. We have Terry McElhannon. He's the grandfather of one of the victims, Taylor Jones.
Okay, before we do that, I would like to invoke the rule of sequestration on state's witnesses.
Your Honor, these are just victim impact statements. They're not something that's subject to the rule of sequestration. It's not a evidentiary hearing.
Yeah, I know, we didn't know what they were doing. So, okay. Assuming they are giving victim impact testimony, I'll deny the request if you have any that are providing any sort of evidence, and I would grant the request.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. McElhannon? Your Honor, do you want him on the witness stand or stand at the podium?
Let's just go ahead and go.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McElhannon, you could raise your right hand quickly. Swear the testimony you have right now, pending full disclosure of the truth, the whole truth, and the truth, so you got it. Yes. Okay. If you could just quickly introduce yourself to the court portion, write your name down and stuff, the last name.
Terry McElhannon. Actually, Taylor's dad, but his dad's son, picture from dad and grandpa all in one.
Mr. McElhannon, we're here to discuss the issue of whether or not Mr. Colin Gray should be getting granted a bond. If you have something to say on that matter. Please address the court.
This nightmare began on September 4th, 2024. And now, 5 months later, it's still going on. For some, it will never end. Those who lost their family, their friends, or their loved ones will never forget. It will always, always be in their minds and hearts. I went to school on that day, September 4th, and I could not find Taylor. I asked several cops where she was. No response did I get. They set up a command center in the middle of the flagpole area, and to no avail, nobody knew where Taylor was. I was told by a student on the football field, Taylor was shot. Hours went by, panic set in on my behalf. No one knew where she was. When she was put on the helicopter at the flagpole, she did not even know her name. And she was transferred to Grady as a Jane Doe. Still, nobody knew who she was. Mr. Grady's caused this. Look at Taylor now. She has a hole in her leg, a metal rod there, and he seeks freedom today. My child, my girl, lost her freedom. We are still dealing with doctors, therapy, and a whole lot of other matters that we can't take in. You took her volleyball playing away from her. You took her childhood away from her. She's only 14, now 15. Why should your son and you have freedom when she has none of it? She cannot do what she wants to do. She can't do anything on her own. Look at Taylor Jones today. A pitiful little kid with pride, hurt, confusion, and despair. I want to thank y'all for allowing me to speak today. We're here because of Mr. Gray's indifference, or because he just simply didn't care. I'm not here for vengeance, but to seek justice for my daughter, Taylor Jones. Because of his stupidity, he bought his son an assault rifle, not a BB gun, an assault rifle, knowing the mental challenges that they have. His son made a threat at the prior school, and when he came to Appalachia 2 days later, he carried out his threats. He had a plan of action where he made a hide and concealed his rifle, the rifle that he bought, stupid, his plan of terror on the school, the victims, the faculty, and the staff. He hurt many students, and he killed 4, 2 adults and 2 children. One was my daughter's greatest friend. My daughter has injuries, and she was life-fleeted by a helicopter from Drake. She would have died too that day, except for the care that she had received, the blood transfusions, which she actually bled out on my helicopter. She received the best care at the trauma center at Drake, and after many surgeries, not just one, many, she had steel rod placed in her leg, and we're still hoping that she will recover. As of right now, she still cannot walk. We spent 94 consecutive days in 4 different hospitals. We started at Grady Trauma. We went there to Children's Health Care of Atlanta, CHOA for short. We left there, went north to Arthur Blank, and then we went back to CHOA. And after many visits, I can't count them all, we spent at the ER at Northeast Georgia at night when the pain was so bad that she could not stand it. There have been countless nights of sleep, no sleep, dealing with this tragedy that she has suffered. Mr. Gray and his son carried out an act of terrorism by buying a gun from him. And he should stay in jail as far as I'm concerned, and as far as state is concerned. He should stay there. Our lives have been changed and impacted beyond belief. Changed forever. We still deal with doctors, physical therapists, psychiatrists on a daily basis. If he's a father to his son, how could he let this happen? Our community, our schools have suffered great losses. Trust is gone. Parents are outraged. Children don't know who they can trust. They don't know who to look to. We teach our children, we try to mold them to be what we think they are to be and what God intends for them to be. In conclusion, our lives have changed. There's no more volleyball for Taylor. Maybe someday in the future, God will provide a way to let her play again. But until then, I seek God's guidance. And I want to thank the police, the firefighters, the doctors, and all those that have helped. They have been all amazing to get us to this stage where we're at right now. To everyone here, keep praying that our world will change and our lives will make a difference.
Any other question? No, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. I do want to, before the next witness testifies, they are going into what they believe some of the evidence is. Don't have any problem with the victim impact part, but testifying about what they believe the mental health issue was of the child, purchase of the gun, how that happened, all of that came from somebody other than us. It's not evidence yet. We have to try this case before it comes out. So I would
like to be able to keep that out. I have a problem with the victim impact, but it deals with the evidentiary issues that we're gonna deal with at trial. We would get state have a response.
Let me ask. I would disagree at a bond hearing, you say it's indivisible. They're not testifying to any sort of thing they know personally. They're testifying to things that they believe, seen, heard. Court, of course, can parse through what it needs to parse through to make its decision. Just to have a civilian witness that's giving a statement on what it means to them. And the court is allowed to look at the seriousness of the charges, the seriousness of the offenses when he's making a decision and it goes toward that evidence. So while I understand what they're saying, I can't let them just read evidence in. There's going to be dipping and back and forth in that kind of arena. And I think that the court's instructions should be limited to what for that.
Anything else? Yes, we don't want to take the witnesses that may come out, or jurors that may come out. At this point, I did hear a number of things that were apparently information that they had gathered from some sort of either news video or mayor's office or somebody. We haven't heard evidence in this case at all. So that's what I'm concerned about. I just don't want the evidence to come out in this type of setting. It's just not the proper place to do that.
Yeah, certainly I understand that each of these people have a right to give an impact statement. I also am certainly aware that I'm not taking what they say as evidence about the facts of the case, not what happened in the case. That will come later through a trial or other proceedings. That's not what the bond hearing is about. I don't know that I can expect them to divorce their impressions of the case from their emotions and what it is they want to tell me. That's a difficult thing. I will point out, we obviously have news media coverage here. And one of the concerns at some point down the road is trying the case and being able to find a fair and impartial jury. So anytime a witness is going into facts, whether they're accurate or not, that is going to make it harder in the future for us to pick up a fair and impartial jury, which is necessary in order to try the case, of course. So in essence, I'm going to overrule the objection because I don't think I can expect the witnesses to divorce their feelings from what they've heard about the case. I'm not taking what they say as establishing facts about what did or didn't happen. Okay. All right, you can call your next witness.
I'm going to say we call Rick Aspinwall. Mr. Aspinwall, if you could raise your right hand, please. For the testimony you give in this matter now, being before the court, the truth, the whole truth, and the truth, so help you God. If you could state your name for the court and spell your last name.
My name is Mr. Richard William Aspinwall.
Mr. Aspinwall, we're here to talk about issues of bond for this case. If you could, to the best of your ability, to keep away from the facts that you may have heard or think Just talk about how the impact was on you in this case.
I can tell you that it's been devastating for my family. I have 2 little girls who are gonna be growing up without a daddy, 2 granddaughters. My daughter is devastated. She's lost a job. She's trying to recoup, find a new job. It really affected her emotionally, as she served 2 tours in the Army. And it struck her real bad. By trade, Mr. Gray, I am a heavy civil general superintendent. I've had hundreds of men work under my direction. I've seen men like you many a time.
Mr. Aspinall,
I'm not gonna say anything else.
I'm just gonna have to ask you to address, your testimony to the judge, and that's it, who we're talking to today.
I will say that due to some actions instigated or by accident or whatever, that has affected everybody, the entire state. I've been working with the state to try to make changes. And hopefully it'll come about. But what happened is inexcusable. Inexcusable. I don't know what else to tell you. If I say any more, I'm liable to get in trouble.
Thank you, Mr. Aspinall.
Any questions? No questions. Thank you, sir.
Brianna Shermerhorn? Shermerhorn, you raise your right hand. To a testimony given right now, please vote for the truth, whole truth, nothing but yourself, God. You could introduce yourself and speak. You could introduce yourself to the court reporter and spell your last name for her.
My name is Brianna Shermerhorn, SCHERMERHORN.
And what we're here to talk about today is bond for Mr. Gray. If you could address the judge and let them know your feelings about bond without going into the facts of the case that you may or may not personally.
So I will say one that I struggled personally with the thought of letting I was found Mr. Gray out on bond. It turns into honestly a matter of letting the judicial system do its job, where he can remain and protect custody, or he's released to the public, where you have.
Do you mind if I
Since my son was murdered on September 4th, 2024, I'm still torn on which should be allowed to happen. I feel that the sheer irresponsibility of Mr. Gray as a parent robbed my family of a chance to raise my son. Mason had a bright and caring future ahead of him. He was an amazing son, brother, and friend, and he loved unconditionally. He possessed an innocence that you could not imagine. For the turmoil that Mr. Gray held in Kirkland's report. At the end of the day, I hope that he was on his granted. And honestly, I want him buried under the prison. And him not to allow him to have any impact or influence on any of their children.
Thank you, ma'am. No question. Let me know. I'm assuming.
Zink. Can you raise your right hand? Okay, good. You swear the testimony given by matter now before the court with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but yourself, God. Yes, sir. Could you introduce yourself and spell your last name for the court report.
My name is Kevin Zink, Z-I-N-K-E. I was Richard's father-in-law.
Mr. Zink, take your time. We're here to discuss bail today. If you would address the judge about the impact this has had on your family.
It's been a tremendous impact in a negative way. We've all been devastated by this. I lost not only a son-in-law, but a close friend. Miss Ricky every day. Every single day. We are blessed with his children, and my wife and I get to spend more time than we should with them. Absolutely more time than we should ever have to spend with them. I love them, but it's just a daily reminder that Ricky is gone. Ricky is no longer with us. And he was a positive impact on those children, absolutely a dedicated father, involved in every aspect of their lives. And it is just so hard to look at them and be joyful for them. And they are beautiful. My condolences actually go out to all of the victims of this tragedy. P.A. Smith said to me in the very beginning, you do not have to be struck by the bullet to be a victim of this. I couldn't agree more. There have been so many victims, and so many people have come forward, and I really had a statement prepared, but I'm not going to read it. I would like to thank the first responders and the sheriff's department that reacted so quickly. I know they saved lives, and they've been so involved with us since. The sheriff himself and Lieutenant Wilkerson and all of them have just been so helpful in getting us through this. As far as the bail goes, I know there's criteria that have to be met. And I'm not going to stand here and judge anyone. It's not my position here. But I do know from, I don't know, the facts that have come out during the original hearing, that Mr. Gray's actions are responsible for what is taking place. I mean, him buying, I did write down one part that I don't even have to read it, but the statement about a shooter's outfit. When you buy a complete shooter's outfit for a 14-year-old boy, what is supposed to be the outcome of that? The consequences were grave. The decisions he made were unimaginable. I don't know how anybody could do what he did and buy those things for a 14-year-old boy and then not have any supervision, no involvement, no positive parental involvement. And I have 5 wonderful children and have been so involved in their lives and not trade. I don't know how you can just, I don't know how you can just live with yourself sometimes. I don't know. Because this is horrific. You have devastated the lives of, like Richard said, the whole state, the whole country. This is a devastating act, and I just don't understand. It just makes me so angry that I heard my wife is devastated. She is a ray of sunshine. You've taken her best friend. We did more family activities together than you can imagine. Every chance we did, Ricky was just a huge part of that. I mean, he was just the most giving person I've ever known. And just a positive influence. I don't think anybody would disagree. He was an excellent mentor. He loved his students. He loved all of his team. He loved everything. He loved life. You have taken the life of just a fantastic person, and it's just, I haven't slept well since. I really haven't. This has just been extremely devastating. So, like I said, it's not my place to judge, but I would, at this point, seeing the actions and what has come of them, and one of the criteria is threat to society, then I can clearly see why bail should not be allowed for that reason alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Thank
All right, we have a brief audio recording from the wife of Richard Aspinwall, Shana.
It's simply audio.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think it is set up to play right now. If you want to try.
My name is Shana Aspinwall. I am the wife of Ricky Aspinwall. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to express my feelings about Colin Gray and his potential bond release. For the benefit of the court and for the protection of the process, I want to keep my statement short at this time. However, here is what I know and what I feel. Colin Gray knowingly allowed his minor son to have access to an assault weapon. There is absolutely no justifiable reason for any parent to let their minor child, particularly one who has shown some signs of concerning behavior, to have access to an assault weapon. The outcome of Colin Gray's decision was predictable. Along with the families of the other victims, my 5-year-old, my 2-year-old, and I are now forced to live with the consequences of Colin Gray's choice. Colin Gray has clearly demonstrated for all the world to see the type of judgment he possesses. Someone with this type of judgment should not be allowed into the outside world. My children and I, along with the other victims of the Gray family's actions, deserve better. We humbly ask that you deny any release. Thank you.
Lastly, Your Honor, we have a written statement from David Phoenix. P-H-E-N-I-X.
And Your Honor, Mr. Phoenix is one of the victims of the assault. It is my understanding that Colin Gray is seeking bond to be released from custody until his trial date. This statement is to express my vehement opposition to Mr. Gray's request. Appalachia High School, the city of Winder, Bexar County, and the surrounding communities are in the middle of a healing process due to the events of September 4th. September 4th was filled with hurt, hatred, and darkness caused by a 14-year-old student whose actions were driven by the decisions, choices, and actions of his father, Colin Gray. As a result of these choices and actions, the amount of pain that was inflicted on the school and the surrounding communities was unmeasurable. Lives were lost, people were hurt both physically and mentally, spouses were widowed, parents lost their children, and children lost their parents. There's a great degree of everlasting pain and hurt that will never go away and always be felt by students, parents, and members of the community. For me personally, I was shot twice, once in the hip and once in the foot. I spent 8+ days in the intensive care unit at Piedmont Athens Hospital. I've had 2 surgeries that involved rebuilding my hip, as well as multiple follow-up appointments to the orthopedic surgeons, physical therapists, personal counselors, as well as other medical doctors. While my diagnosis is good and there will be lasting effects from these injuries that will impact and affect me throughout the rest of my life. Our school and community are slowly healing from an immeasurable amount of pain. We have come a long way from 5+ months ago.
Releasing Mr. Gray on bond would essentially rip off the bandage of that healing and create the very anxiety, hurt, and pain that we are trying to heal from. Mr. Gray does not deserve bond based on the inexplainable decisions and choices that prompted the deadly actions of his son on September 4th. Conversely, our school and surrounding community deserve peace of mind and comfort, knowing Colin Gray is behind bars. It is for these reasons that I'm asking you to deny the bond of Colin Gray. David Phoenix.
That's all we have to say. Argument?
It's okay if I just stand here.
Yes.
Of course, the event took place September 4th of last year. Certainly devastated the community. Many of the people who testified lost people and injured.
Mr. Grady, let me get you to at least pull that microphone towards you.
Scoot around like that.
You can, or you can go to the podium where there's a microphone. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. And we certainly see from the witnesses that testified and all of the things that we've seen in the newspaper, it's evoked a lot of emotion with everybody in this community. This is an unusual case. There have not been any cases of this type tried, only one that I know of in the United States where a parent has been charged with crimes of a child. I would like to point out, of course, as the judge knows, Mr. Gray is innocent until he goes to trial. He's found guilty by a jury of his peers with competent evidence. That's not taken place yet. The purpose of a pretrial bond is not to punish him before his conviction. And that's why we have set out certain standards. The ABA in 1968 set up standards. The courts here in the state adopted those standards. Cases that came shortly thereafter, Payne versus the state at 247 Georgia, 387, Burge versus the state at 238, 88, Ayala versus the state at 262, 704. All of these cases set out a criteria. The criteria is 4 different areas. One, that a person poses no significant risk of fleeing from the jurisdiction of the court or failing to appear in court when required. The state has the burden of proving each of these 4 areas would be in violation. They have not done that. There's been no evidence that's been presented as to the first area, which is the fleeing the jurisdiction. He has been in Georgia all of his life. He's lived in and around this area. The state pointed out that he had moved a number of times. However, all of the moves within a fairly short area. Second, poses no significant threat or danger to any person, community, or any property of the community. The state has not shown that he would pose any significant danger. He had a misdemeanor marijuana charge 26 years ago. That's the only thing that the state has been able to show the court from that standpoint. Number 3, poses no significant risk of committing any felonies while out on bond. The state has not shown that he would be subject to committing any felonies. He's, I think, 54 years old. This is the first time that he's been in any trouble other than 1999 marijuana. Poses no significant risk of intimidating witnesses or otherwise obstructing the administration of justice. The state has not brought any witnesses before this court to show that he would be any significant risk of intimidating any witnesses. He's been in custody for all this time, has not caused any problems while there. In custody, has not attempted to contact any witnesses or intimidate any witnesses while he's been there, nor is any of his family. For those reasons, Judge, he certainly is eligible for bond. We feel the court should grant him a reasonable bond under the Iowa guidelines and ask the court to give him a reasonable bond.
Your Honor, under 1761, a court shall be authorized to release a person on bail. Not that you have to, but you're authorized to release a person on bail if the court finds all of these factors. First one being that the defendant poses no significant risk of fleeing. Your Honor, I think the evidence today has shown that he has no ties to this community. Closest he can come to were some sisters and daughters that live in the metro area. Best we've heard. He has a history before the crime. He had an incredible history of moving. He had 7 different residences in 5 years. Hall County, Forsyth County, Ben Hill County, which is almost in Florida, Jackson County. He's moved all of these places. 6 of these residences were rental residences. He also shows a significant risk of fleeing, Your Honor, in his candor to the court. Your bond would be an order of the court to come back to court. Even in his own testimony, he was asked, have you ever been arrested? He said, no. Not even a misdemeanor? No. And then we pointed out twice he had, which it's not going towards his risk to reoffend, Your Honor, but it goes towards his lack of candor to the court. And it also goes to his no ties to the community. That was in Cobb County, Paulding County. He's all over the state, Your Honor. The next factor, no significant threat to the community. Your Honor, this was an attack on the community. This wasn't a domestic violence where you're attacking a specific person or a robbery where you're going after a specific thing. This was an attack on the community, which makes him a serious risk. There were 25 total charged victims in this case. The next factor, no significant risk to intimidating witnesses. Your Honor, the state is going to need to prove what happened in his household leading up to this shooting. And the witnesses are going to be his wife, his 3 children. Those are our main witnesses in this case. And they're his. And so there's a significant risk of him intimidating or influencing these witnesses. Your Honor, we would ask that you not grant a bail in this case for those reasons. The court, if you do decide to set a bail under Jones versus Grimes, a 219 Georgia 585 case, you can consider when setting a bail the amount, the seriousness of the offense, and the penalty of those offenses. So if the court were to grant a bond, again, we're asking that you not. But if you were, he's charged with murder in the 2nd degree, 2 counts. We would ask for the bond to be $100,000 per count, a total of $200,000. He's charged with involuntary manslaughter, 2 counts. We would ask that the bond be set at $75,000 per count for a total of $150,000. He's charged with cruelty to children in the second degree, 20 counts. We would ask that bond be set in the amount of $50,000 per count, for a total bond of $1 million. And he's charged with reckless conduct, 5 counts. We would ask that the bond be set at $1,000 for a total of $5,000. So if the court were to grant bond, we would ask for an amount of $1,355,000 bond, which would be appropriate for the seriousness of these offenses. We would ask that you have no contact whatsoever with any of the witnesses in this case. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any last words, Mr. Berry?
No, Your Honor, I think we've set out the criteria for setting bond. We don't believe the state has proven any of the 4 elements that should keep them in bond.
We'll take I'll call it a 10-minute recess. Hopefully that's sufficient time. But we'll be in recess for 10 minutes until I return. Thank you.
Do y'all want to go someplace else while they wait on this? Do y'all want someplace else? Yeah, I think he's making. Yeah, he's gonna get a bond, y'all. This is gonna be a high bond. Should we go someplace else or are we still waiting? What, Mimi? Yeah, I have been feeling very nauseous, so I've been staying close to the bathroom. I puke already. I tell you, that's why I hate taking this medicine. I hate taking this medicine. Is anybody there? Y'all not saying anything. What y'all want to do? What y'all want to do? Y'all want to stay here and talk, or do y'all want to go someplace else? Thanks, Steph. Tips, where you been? Tipsy, where you been? I miss you. All my old folks from YSL is coming by to visit me now. You know, y'all deserted me. Since I don't do YSL, y'all deserted me. But I miss you, Tipsy. Steph, I just been feeling nauseous for real. Oh, that's just why I hate taking this medicine. Anybody got any ideas for nausea? Been working? And I don't want to take medicine. I want something natural for nausea. Misuse. Oh, yeah, I just feel so nauseous. I have ginger. I'm going to chew this ginger. Because they said if you chew ginger, I'm chewing the ginger. Put salt on lemon and lick it. Okay, I'd go do that. See, I got ginger right here. And ginger didn't help earlier. It didn't help. Let me go get the lemon and salt. Because right now, y'all, I've been feeling... Let me do the birthday song for the birthday people. Let me do a birthday song for the birthday people. Hold on, y'all. I'm going to go get me my lemon and salt. Let me play y'all birthday song because I didn't play it earlier. Hold on, y'all. Y'all ready? Here go birthday song for the birthday people.
February babies are extra special because they bring even more light to this time of year. Happy birthday to February babies who make the winter months a little brighter. May your day be filled with love and joy. Forget the past, look forward to the future, for the best things are yet to come. Birthdays are a new start, a fresh beginning, and a time to pursue new endeavors with new goals. Move forward with confidence and courage. You are a very special people. May today and all of your days be amazing. Happy birthday, February 5th, Keith Williams. February that's full of laughter and delicious treats. February, love babies, God bless you. Happy birthday, February 5th, Keith Williams. February 12th, Ruth Parks and Tammy Pace Johnson. February 15th, Haley. February 17th, Steph LaVaughan 217. February 19th, Mrs. Naturally Alwyn. February 20th, Infamous Sylvia and Kate Bubbles Johnson. February 26th, Jenny Wynn Jewel. February 27th, Serena Fearing and Bougie Pisces. February, love babies, God.
All right. They back up there again. Nothing happened. Oh, y'all want to go and see that other crazy trial? That Rihanna one? Did they end? They ended it? The ASAP Rocky one? Did it end it? Did they end it? Nobody could tell me. Okay. Steph, it's working. Stephanie is working. The lemon with the salt is working. Court is done until Thursday for ASAP. Okay, thank you, Kiki. Thank you. It's working, Steph. Yeah, I'm doing all these little stuff for my yeah, I got my, this is braids head scarf. This braids head scarf. I don't have braids in my head anymore, but this is what I was using to put my braids in. See? So, but I still got my my vest on. I'm kind of cold, so I put my jacket on. So I'm gonna be going to work out later on. When Dallas get home, I'm gonna work out. Got the lemon. I ate my salad. Drinking my plenty of water, y'all. We doing this thing. So your big back friend is not gonna have a big silver. No, your silverback friend is not gonna have a silverback anymore. No more silverback. I just gotta get this nausea over. But y'all, let me tell you, my sister who used to weigh over 200 something pounds, she's 150 pounds. She's been on Ozempic. She's not diabetic at all, but she's been on Ozempic. And so I asked, I said, well, how did you do it, Mo? And she said, drink plenty of water. She mostly eats vegetable and a protein, right? So that's what I did. I had my salad and I had 4 ounces of chicken, and then I had my salad, and then drink plenty of water. We got a new song. We got a new song, y'all. Darby said she was going to be with us on Sunday afternoons. Every Sunday afternoon, we're going to have a segment with Darby. And we need a title for our segment with Darby. We need a title. I saw it, CMT. We're going to be doing a segment with Darby. Let's hear a CMT song. Okay. Hold on. We got to download it first, and then I got to upload it. I saw the song earlier, but I don't see it now. I don't see it. I see it. Hold on. Got to download it onto my what's the name? Well, wait. We got to premiere. I can't wait that long. LOL. We got to y'all must have heard the song then, huh? It's called Popping Out. The song is called Popping Out, y'all. All right, y'all ready for the song? Here we go.
To make this earthquake. You on the sidelines taking content that you're too lazy to make, acting like you ain't fake. You better watch out when I pop out, dancing on all this cloud. In white see-through pants and red thong, dancing to the song. Don't stick around too long, you might see me shake it like Queen Kong. My sugar level's about to be real right. These buns about to be real tight. When I'm in them white see-through pants, I know you're spewing she can. Paparazzi acting like little fire ants. Big eyes looking left and right. We know you see in white.
Hold on, I got to pause it for a minute. Hold on. The judge came back. Hold on, y'all. Ooh, I like that song. I like that song. I don't know. Shooting at a school is kind of tough. I don't know if I would give him a bond. I don't know, y'all, if I'd give that man a bond.
Back in the courtroom. You know, the community has great interest in the case, which is certainly understandable. So I'm going to give a detailed explanation here. What the families are going through.
Oh, he's the dad of the shooter. Okay, never mind.
It's undeniable pain. And I understand that.
He's gonna get a bond.
Overwhelming, I'm sure. I don't know that you can, but understand that the law does not permit me to be emotional, and I'm constrained by the law.
Exactly.
Now, a statement was made, again, understandable. I'm here to seek justice. Understand that at a bond hearing, is not where justice is dispensed.
Nope.
Ultimate justice, in whatever form that takes, comes later through a jury trial. The law at a bond hearing is that the accused is presumed
Innocent. Thank you.
Now, that's despite whatever's been said about the case through the media or through a first appearance hearing or through any other avenue.
I think I'm gonna go to that judge chamber. I'm gonna go get Rule 22 for this case.
Mr. Gray is innocent. No facts have been established in this case yet. Again, despite anything that's been said before. Those facts will come through other hearings, they'll come through a jury trial. Now, the legislature in the Supreme Court, and it's been referenced, have laid out factors that constrain courts in determining bond. One is a risk to flee. And what that normally looks like is someone has prior failing to appear at court convictions, or someone has in fact fled charges before. That is not what we have here. Another factor is a danger to the community. Now, if we assume guilt, that danger is obvious. But I'm not allowed to do that. He's presumed innocent as we sit here. There is no independent evidence that he's a danger to the community.
I like this judge.
There's no recordings of him in jail saying he's going to do this when he gets out. There's no prior crimes where he has done something else that puts those in the community in harm's way, which leads into the next factor, the risk of committing a felony while on trial.
He hasn't had any felonies.
Said that he's 54 years old, 50 some odd years old, has no prior felony conviction.
Exactly.
1988, 1998 or 99 marijuana misdemeanor charge. The fourth factor is intimidating witnesses.
He hasn't intimidated.
Generally, again, there's evidence of that. He's making jail phone calls, trying to get someone to change their story. He's making statements about what he's going to do so that this witness can't testify. We do not have that in this case. Now, the legislature nor the Supreme Court have said that one of the factors for determining bond is the impact on the victims. It's not one of the factors that I'm supposed to consider in granting bond. Now, having said that, the foremost consideration in determining bond is whether or not the accused will appear to stand for trial. And I do have grave concerns here.
He's concerned.
You know, this is
You need a monitoring
not a
system.
typical case. In an ordinary case, a defendant's given a bond, he makes the bond, he returns to the community, essentially unnoticed by anyone. That's not what would happen here. This case is an open sore. It's a wound that continues to hurt the community. While in court, Mr. Gray is presumed innocent, in the court of public opinion, he bears a scarlet letter. I don't believe that there's any way that Mr. Gray could return to this community as an accused often does when granted a bond. Now, his ties to this community are minimal. The state has pointed out that he has moved
Several times.
6 or 7 different places over a relatively short period of time. I am allowed to consider the charges and the punishment that he faces if convicted. And were he to be convicted of these 29 charges, he faces the prospect of the rest of his life being in prison. And that is something I'm allowed to consider. So weighing all of these considerations, I believe that it is one, required to give a bond.
Yeah, he is required.
2, given the extraordinary nature of the case and the other factors, that it needs to be a high bond. I'm going to grant a $500,000 bond, which is necessary to ensure that Mr. Gray appears at trial. I'm going to require 10% of that to be a cash bond. As a condition of bond, he's to have no contact with any of the witnesses whatsoever.
So he need to have 50,000, y'all.
Thank you.
50,000 cash bond, 10%. I got to read up on this case, y'all.
Do we need to take up anything else? I know that we had a conference call, but there's a case that's not going to be, it's continued off of this trial calendar that I'm running for today. I think the defense indicated you'd be filing motions in the next week or so. Is that right?
That's accurate, yes, sir.
I don't know, Mr. Duncan. They said his son is the one was the shooter, but I don't know what happened. I need to educate myself on this case. All right, we're gonna end this now. I gotta contact my Atlanta first people. Find out. All right. All right. You gotta text that, email that to me, CMT. You know how you do it over here. I feel nauseous. All right, let's go ahead. Dad purchased the weapon that were used, and the mom tried warning the school. Oh, I remember now. I remember. Yes. And the boy killed himself too, right? The boy killed himself as well, right, Deanna? Oh yeah, I remember it. I remember it now. I remember. Mm-hmm. Oh, he's still alive? Oh, he's charged too? Okay. I remember. I have to put the lemon in my mouth. His name is Cody Gray. Yes, I remember. Thank you, Deanna. I remember. Okay, let's play the song, y'all. Let's play the song, the popping song. Here we go.
Blood, on the dot, just out for the plot. All these content creators, just haters. I'll pass on the smash traders. When I get to working, you might see me twerking. Keep them goldfish eyes from lurking. You keep putting my name in your title to see behind a keyboard and spew vile. Lies, some view just flies. Yeah, you thought you were swimming with the sharks, but nah, you're just a little guppy with some big eyes. You're out here flexing, but you ain't got the clout. The big fish are laughing, you're just all shout. Big eyed guppy. your back when you swim in my waves. Okay, that's my verse, my work is done while I'm dancing on the beat. You can barely move your feet, why don't you take a seat? Grooving in, movie, dropping it like my A1C. I'll for sure be your TTT. After, you better watch out when I pop out, dancing on all this cloud, shaking it all around the place. It's the paparazzi in the bushes, hey goldfish face. Keepin' talking, you gon' catch a case. Keep the same energy when you come at me. It won't take long for you to see. This is gonna sting like a bee and itch like a flea when I pop out in them pants fitting tightly. When you see that red, just know I keep these YouTube streets fed. When you see that red, just know I keep these YouTube streets fed.
That's a nice song, y'all. I like that. Okay, I got.
Yeah. While y'all sitting in the bad girls club complaining about all my extra flub, talking about those shots I text saying it's all fake. I'm about to make this earthquake. You on the sidelines taking content that you're too lazy to make, acting like you ain't fake. You better watch out when I pop out, dancing on all this cloud. In white see-through pants and red thong, dancing to the song. Don't stick around too long. You might see me shake it like Queen Kong. My sugar level's about to be real right. These buns about to be real tight. When I pop out in them white see-through pants, I know you're spewing she can. Paparazzi acting like little fire ants. Big eyes looking left and right. We know you see in white. Like blood on the dot, just out for the plot. All these content creators just haters. I'll pass on the smash traders. When I get to working, you might see me twerking. Keep them goldfish eyes from lurking. You keep putting my name in your title to see behind a keyboard and spew vile lies. Some do lies. Yeah, you thought you were swimming with the sharks, but nah, you're just a little guppy with some big eyes. You're out here flexing, but you ain't got the clout. The big fish are laughing, you're just all shout. Big-eyed guppy, you're just a phase. Better watch your back when you swim in my waves. Okay, that's my verse, my work is done while I'm dancing on the beat. You can barely move your feet, why don't you take a seat? Grooving in, movie, dropping it like my A1C. I'll for sure be your TTT. After, you better watch out when I pop out, dancing on all this cloud, shaking it all around the place. It's the paparazzi in the bushes, hey goldfish face. Keepin' talking, you gon' catch a case. Keep the same energy when you come at me. It won't take long for you to see. This is gonna sting like a bee and itch like a flea when I pop out in them pants fitting tightly. When you see that red, just know I keep these YouTube streets fed.
Come on now.
When you see that red, just know I keep these YouTube streets fed.
All right, now that was awesome, y'all. We gotta play it again. Woo-hoo.
Yeah. While y'all sitting in the bad girls club complaining about all my extra flub, talking about those shots I text saying it's all fake. I'm about to make this earthquake. You on the sidelines taking content that you're too lazy to make, acting like you ain't fake. You better watch out when I pop out, dancing on all this cloud. In white see-through pants and red thong, dancing to the song. Don't stick around too long. You might see me shake it like Queen Kong. My sugar level's about to be real right. These buns about to be real tight. When I pop out in them white see-through pants, I know you're spewing she can. Paparazzi acting like little fire ants. Big eyes looking left and right. We know you see in white. tot, 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 just out for the plot, plot, plot. All these content creators, just haters. I'll pass on the smash traders. When I get to working, you might see me twerking. Keep them goldfish eyes from lurking. Keep putting my name in your title to see behind a keyboard and spew vile.
Go ahead,
lies, lies, some you just flies, flies, flies. Yeah, you thought you were swimming with the sharks, but nah, you're just a little guppy with some big eyes. You're out here flexing, but you ain't got the clout. The big fish are laughing, you're just all shout. Big eyed guppy, you're just a phase. Better watch your back when you swim in my waves. Okay, that's my verse, my work is done. While I'm dancing on the beat, you can barely move your feet. Why don't you take a seat? Grooving in, movie, dropping it like my A1C. I'll for sure be a TTT. After, you better watch out when I pop out, dancing on all this cloud, shaking it all around the place. It's the paparazzi in the bushes, hey goldfish face. Keepin' talking, you gon' catch a case. Keep the same energy when you come at me. It won't take long for you to see. This is gonna sting like a bee and itch like a flea when I pop out in the pants fitting tight.
This is so cute, funny.
See that red? Just know I keep these YouTube streets fed.
Woo! Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah.
When I pop out in them pants fitting tightly. When you see that red, just know I keep these YouTube streets fed.
Go. Yay! I love it, ladies. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love that song. Yeah, I know. Oh, child. So I'm gonna be playing that song when I come out and get on my little machine. When I show myself on the machine, yeah, we need to have a segment of me working out. Do some what's the name dancing? Some twerking dancing. Oh, we're gonna be doing some twerking dancing. I gotta practice my twerking. Right cheek, left cheek, right cheek, left cheek, right cheek, right cheek, left cheek. Y'all crazy ladies. Left cheek, right cheek. Left cheek, right cheek. Left cheek, right cheek. They're crazy. Y'all, my people are nuts. My folks are nuts. Gotta get my... Okay, I gotta back up a little bit so y'all can see. Gotta put my belt on in a minute. I haven't put my belt on. This is just my what's the name? So got my belt right here. So we're gonna do my belt in a minute. Today's Tuesday, right? Yeah, today's Tuesday. You're going throwing that thing in the circle. Yeah, I'm gonna throw that thing in the circle. Oh, y'all, we're gonna give him some commentary. We're gonna give him some commentary, y'all. For real, though, y'all. We're gonna give them some commentary so they can use. We're gonna give them some commentary. Steph, it worked. No nausea. It works, Steph. I'm gonna have to do that for the next couple of weeks because taking these shots. Yep, Serena. But you know, there's gonna be some copycatters coming along to do this. Mimi said twerking for Jesus. Oh, we do have that song on here, right? The twerking song. Hold on a second. We do have the twerking song. Hold on. This one right here.
It's working and working. It's clean and steaming, starting rumors. Letting them grow like termites. Shake, 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 bake it, bake, bake it. Talk, trying to further the play. Tittle in a herd on V, trying to please wisdom, sending criticism. Here's a show for y'all. One call. That's all. Twerking and working. While y'all chirping and live streaming, me itching like fleas, looking like content creator bullies, sitting on rumors and drama. Is that the mouth y'all kissing your mama? When I'm dancing away for fun, y'all sitting on your thumbs. We in these comments dancing while you he, her, and her, ho, and starting twerking and quit caping. Keep twerk on this and that, go ahead and bless that cash. Put them Bibles up, twerk for Jesus. Sitting on rumors and drama. Is that the mouth y'all kissing your mama?
My mama.
No. When I'm dancing away for fun, y'all sitting on your thumb. Churching and twerking, churching and working, churching and twerking, churching and working, churching and twerking, churching and work. Mop hair flying everywhere, fake snake eyes, big lips, telling all lies, cross eye and big lip lies. Transition in the making, and I'll keep on shaking. Do wanna see my booty cheek clap? I'll make it clap. Come and ride with me. While y'all chirping and live streaming, me itching like fleas, looking like content creator bullies, sitting on rumors and drama. Is that the mouth y'all kissing your mama? When I'm dancing away for fun, y'all sitting on your thumbs. We in these comments dancing while you he, her, and her, starting twerking and quit caping. Keep twerk on this and that, go ahead and bless that cash. Put them Bibles up, twerk for Jesus. Sitting on rumors and drama. Is that the mouth y'all kissing your mama? When I'm dancing away for fun, y'all sitting on your thumb. Churching and twerking, churching and working, churching and twerking, churching and working, churching and twerking, churching and working, churching and working, churching and working, churching and twerking, churching and working. Oh, churching and working. Churching and working. Put them Bibles up, twerk for Jesus. Sitting on rumors and drama. Is that the mouth y'all kissing your mama? When I'm dancing away for fun, y'all sitting on your thumb. Churching and twerking, churching and working, searching and working.
Twerking and working. Let's see the other one. We did another one. Hold on. We did this one here.
Yeah. Twerking when working. Streeing and stealing, starting rumors. Letting them grow like tumors. Shake, 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 baby, baby. Tote trying to follow the pot. Turtle in the hurt OV, trying to please. Wish them sending criticism. Here's a show for y'all. One call. That's all twiggling and working. While y'all charming and live, streaming me itching like fleas. Looking like content creator, please. Sitting on rumors and drama. Is that the mouth y'all kissing your mama? When I'm dancing away for fun, y'all sitting on your thumbs. We in these comments dancing while you heat her and on her. And starting twerking and quick caping. Keep twerk on this and that. Go ahead and bless that cash out. Put them Bibles up, twerk for Jesus. Sitting on rumors and drama. Is that the mouth y'all kissing your mama? When I'm dancing away for fun, y'all sitting on your thumbs. Churching and twerking, churching and working, churching and twerking, churching and working. Hair flying everywhere, fake snake eyes, big lips telling all lies, cross eye and big lip lies. Transition in the making, and I'll keep on shaking. You want to see my booty cheek clap? I'll make it clap. Come and ride with me. Boy, y'all make it clap, come and ride with me. Yeah, yeah. Boy, y'all make it clap, come and ride with me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. On my hair flying everywhere, fake snake eyes, big lips telling all lies, cross eye and big lip lies. Transition in the making, and I'll keep on shaking. Do wanna see my booty cheek clap? I'll make it clap. Come and ride with me. Yeah.
All right, y'all.
Streaming me.
It's on Steve streaming me.
Love for years. While y'all trembling and live, streaming me itching like fleas, looking like content creator, police. Seeing no rumors and drama. Is that the mouth y'all kissing your mama? When I'm dancing away for fun, y'all sitting on your thumbs. We in these comments dancing while you hear her and hard in the start. Twerking and quick caping. Keep twerk on this. And that go ahead and bless that cash out. Put them Bibles up, twerk for Jesus. Sitting on rumors and drama. Is that the mouth y'all kissing your mama? When I'm dancing away for fun, y'all sitting on your thumbs. We in these comments dancing while you hear her and hard. Starting twerking and quit caping. Keep twerk on this. And that go ahead and bless that cash out. Put them Bibles up, twerk.
All right, y'all. That was it. That was our song. We got a couple of twerking songs for them. Lean with it. Rock with it. Lean with it. Rock with it. Roll with it. All right, guys, we've been on here for 5 hours. I'm about to take my butt off this live, and I should be back later. All right. Gotta give me some more lemon and salt. Yeah, this is why I cannot stand this Ozempic. This is why, because I just don't like that nausea feeling. My sister says she still gets it, but mine is so bad I puke every time, y'all. It's not fun. That's why I don't like taking it. I gotta find out a solution for the puking. Peace out. Later. See y'all later.
Thank you for watching the infamous Sylvia channel, where laughter and fun make up our panel. Together we build this digital spree. We appreciate you and our growing family. With mods by our side and chat flowing free in this online space. It's just you and me, we laugh until tears roll down like the rain. In this virtual world, you ease all my pains. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. We cherish the moments, the highs and lows, from the latest gossip to stories untold. You're more than a viewer, you're part of the crew in this space of ours. It's all because of you. This digital world where emotion is shared, every post and reaction showing we care. The love is real in this virtual domain. With every sign, enjoys what we'll gain. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. in check, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods in check, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. This digital world where emotion is shared, every post and reaction showing we care. The love is real in this virtual domain. With every sign, enjoy's what we'll gain.